Hello po, good morning. Hello. All right. Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. We would like to thank you for joining us today. My name is Ben, Network Security Engineer here at Sitesphil, and I have here my co-host, Miss Beverly.
Thank you so much, Ruben. Welcome, everyone. My name is Beverly, Managed CISO Engineer of Sitesphil. It is our company's vision to have an IT-aware and information in security-aware Philippines.
Right, and with that, we are delighted to welcome you for the most awaited cybersecurity event of the year. This is Hacking
Hacking
Ka
Ka
Na
Na
Lang
Lang
2022.
2022. Hacking Ka Na Lang provides a great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge and learn from the expert in cybersecurity.
Right, and as such, this event will feature presentations by recognized speakers which have cutting-edge session topics. And to formally start this event, may we call on Ms. Rochelle Ann Zamora, President of Sophie's Information Technology Services, to deliver her opening remarks. Ms. Rochelle, good morning.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Yen, and good morning to all. It has been the advocacy of Sitesphil to spread awareness in information technology and information security in the Philippines. One of the humble means to fulfill this mission is the establishment of a free and inexpensive cybersecurity awareness event. So, spearheaded by Mr. Benji Brian Zamora, the founder and head of IT and consulting of the company, Hacking Ka Na Lang, the cybersecurity conference was born. Let me formally welcome you all to the fifth run of Hacking Ka Na Lang, the first cybersecurity conference in Southern Luzon. The topics that our speakers and experts will be discussing today are very timely, especially now with the COVID 19 pandemic. Now more than ever, we rely in the internet for communication and social function, as well as for our personal and business transactions. Consequently, the internet has been a vessel for e commerce fraud, with cybercriminals taking advantage of this shift to online transactions. Hackers are constantly on guard for any slight vulnerability and they attack at all cost. Being informed is the first step to prevent from being victims of cybercrime and other online fraud. Protect yourself, your business, or your organization from this malicious attack. We at Sitesville are here to educate and assist you. So, without further ado, again, welcome to Hacking Ka Na Lang 2022. Sit back and experience the Hacking Ka Na Lang difference.
All right, thank you so much for that, Ms. Rochelle Ann Zamora, for that wonderful message.
And of course, this event would not be possible without our partners and sponsors, starting with Mile 2,
Linux Professional Institute,
Isaka, Manila Chapter,
Globe My Business,
and CompTIA. So right now, we have 72 attendees and still counting. So guys, please feel free to invite your colleagues and friends share our stream, and help us trend using this hashtag. Hashtag Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022,
Hashtag HKNL2022.
hashtag Sitesphil, and get a chance to win our exciting prizes.
Right, thank you. And you can copy and paste those hashtags or official hashtags on the description box. And here's the mechanics to join, okay? First, make sure you are registered on the link from the description. Like, share, and follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube channel. The best write-ups will have a chance to win HKNL 2022 T-Shirts, LPI T-Shirts, and Globe merchandise. So again, guys, yung most creative write-ups and then yung most like
Most likely.
and most shared posts yung mananalo. All right? So first three winners of our shirts will be chosen before our first speaker. And for you to be able to participate in this giveaway, all you have to do is share this live on any social media platform as well with your most creative write-ups. Use our official hashtags. So guys, keep on sharing and use our official hashtags for more chances of winning.
That's right. So aside from our t-shirts, we also have up to 20,000 worth of raffle prizes from Globe My Business. That would be combination of Globe Business merchandise and GMovie tickets via Upstream.
Right, and for grand prize, we will be conducting Capture the Flag or CTF, in which you guys can win more than 250,000 worth of vouchers, including
LPI 30% voucher discount,
CompTIA Data Exam voucher,
2 CompTIA Security Exam voucher,
and 3 Mile to Ultimate Self-Study combo worth 153,000 pesos.
Okay, that's right, partner. This is open to all participants.
Right, and pay attention and stay focused on our presenters as we may flash the flag at any time starting now.
So yes, once you see a flag flash on the screen, it is the indicator that we have already provided in the comment section our CTF challenge. So partner, what will be the mechanics for this contest?
Right, so the mechanics would be each round consists of different CTF levels, and first participants to submit the correct SP flag through email wins. Email will be pinned on the comment section, or you may see it also in the description. Winners from previous rounds are still welcome to join the next levels.
So capture as many flags as you can.
Right?
Don't miss out this once-in-a-year opportunity to receive a certificate from prominent organization by the end of this free webinar.
And for certificate reservation, you may fill out the form from the description of this webinar.
So yes, partner, I bet our audiences are so excited. So what are we waiting for? Let's choose the platform from which we are going to pick the winners. So reminder everyone, we will be choosing from one of our social media platforms. That includes Facebook, Twitter,
Instagram, and our YouTube channel. And I believe we already have our winners. Let's just confirm that we're a team. Right, so, and while waiting, we would like to thank again our sponsors,
starting with Mile 2,
Linux Professional Institute,
Isaka Manila Chapter,
Globe My Business,
and CompTIA. Thank you all for all your supports for making this event possible.
All right, let's just wait for our winners. So, by the way, partner, how are you doing today?
I feel so excited, sir, especially for our CTF. Uh,
That cash
I-
look like
yes, I wonder how many of those are going to be solved within the day. So for our this is open to all our participants, whether you're student, IT professional, IT or non-tech, you can join this contest.
right. Thank you for that, partner. Right, so wait lang natin yung mga nanalo for our hashtags. If they have a winner. May winner na?
So again, guys, may we just remind you to use our official hashtag. That would be hashtag Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022, hashtag HKNL2022.
And hashtag Sitesphil.
So yes.
Again, you can copy and paste those hashtags on our description. Right, just give us a moment here. Right, so meron na daw mga nag-post partner. However, there's no hashtags or there's no official hashtags. So make sure you copy and paste those hashtags on the description.
So I believe we have already our first winner. So let me just read it for you, partner.
Okay.
So it says, "Good morning po from Our Lady of the Sacred Hearts College of Gimba, Incorporated." He has used the hashtag, our official hashtag. So that would be Mr. Leandro Reyes Ismael.
Ismael.
So congratulations, sir, for winning our first giveaway.
All right, congratulations, Mr. Leonardo. And for our next winner,
So again, guys, we may just remind you to use our official hashtag to join our contest.
that's right. Okay.
So for the winner, kindly message us on our Facebook page so we can assist you in claiming your prizes.
Right, partner? All right, so I believe we can go ahead and continue. Supposedly, merong 3 winners dapat for this morning before our first speaker. But anyway, we would like to congratulate yung first winner natin, Sir Leandro.
Reyes Ismael.
All right, and let's proceed. Before we proceed, by the way, our first speaker we would like to inform you that there have been changes on our CompTIA speaker. Dr. Charles Singh of CompTIA won't be able to join us today to discuss the pillars of IT and Data Plus, but we have someone from CompTIA who will take over as a keynote speaker.
Okay, that's right, partner. And now, let's proceed with our first speaker to deliver her topic, starting your security specialization from being QA. She started the advocacy of transitioning Filipino quality assurance analysts to quality engineers by incorporating engineering skills to improve the level of quality and efficiency despite the limited resources.
Coined the term quality engineer in 2013,
Led several testing communities throughout the country,
led QAs and QAs for companies such as Voyager, Towers Watson, Affiliate Computer Services, among other companies.
has experience in different industries such as e-commerce, lead generation, communication, fintech, HR tech, healthcare, POS, and embedded systems.
Right? And she has conducted seminars and training both for the industry and academe to help address the gaps between the said parties.
She has been very proponent of improving the quality of our graduates and IT professionals.
Right? With specialties and expertise in Scrum Master,
Certified performance tester,
certified Agile tester,
certified web test automation engineer,
certified security tester,
certified agile testing center of excellence trainer.
founder and president of QA360. Please welcome Ms. Michelle Chua Lagare. Hello, Ms. Michelle.
Hello, good morning, Ben.
Good morning.
It's nice to see the face behind the name. So, thank you. Nag-background check din pala kayo sa akin.
Yes, ma'am.
Yan. So, good morning, everyone. Let me
Kamusta,
just
ma'am?
share my screen.
How are you today, ma'am?
I'm doing well. Medyo napaaga yung gising for a weekend though. But I'm very happy and it's a privilege to be sharing whatever I have learned so far in my experience in the quality engineering field
Mm.
with our audience today. And I believe most of them, correct me if I'm wrong, are students. Same ba last
Students?
year?
Yes, yes. Same from
Yes.
last year.
Okay, cool. Thank you again, everyone, and good morning. I'm Michelle Lagare. You see this the screen, right?
Yes, ma'am. We can see
Okay,
your
thank you.
presentation. And before we start, or before we finally give you the floor, we would like to remind our audience to share our live stream using the official hashtag Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022, hashtag HKNL2022, hashtag Sitesphil, and this time, please include hashtag QE360. Right? So once again, you can copy and paste these hashtags on our description or in the description box.
This will be our official hashtag for this topic. So make sure to have it all when you share this event, and winners will be announced after Miss Michelle's presentation.
Right, so guys, tumuto kayo sa presentation ni Miss Michelle. Um, kasi yung mga topics, yung topics na ipe-present nila, doon kayo kukuha ng isasagot or message nyo doon sa hashtag. Okay? And now, Miss Michelle, um,
Okay, thank
whenever
you so
you're ready.
much. Thank you. So, again, good morning, everyone. I'm Michelle Lagare. I'm the president and founder of QE360. I'm also the community builder and founder of QE is the New QA, wherein we help manual testers transition into quality engineering. So, today I'll be talking about starting your security specialization from quality engineering. Kasi, di ba, we don't normally just jump into security testing or become security specialist from the get-go. So, usually nga, fini-figure out pa natin, saan ba ako dapat? Magiging dev ba ako? Magiging QA ba ako? Magiging QE ako? Yung security testing or security specialization, because of the specialization nga, no, it requires experience first before you even become a specialist. Kunyari, for this instance, security. So last year, I've talked about in Hackin Ka Na Lang 2021, I've talked about where do CS and IT grads land after graduation. And of course, binigyan natin ng idea kung ano ba yung testing and quality na sinabi ko doon. Even if hindi siya ganun ka-emphasized o baka hindi nyo nga narinig sa school, it's ironically one of the top roles or jobs in the IT industry. And one of the points there as well that I have emphasized is that, syempre, ano ba yung quality assurance and quality engineering? Wherein, syempre, I've mentioned na as QA or QEs, kami naghahanap ng bugs and ini-ensure namin na before pa makita yun ng end users or mapunta sa production, uh, you are going to experience a good user experience at the same time na improve na siya. Nakita na namin ano ba yung mga bugs, saan ba mag-fail. So this year, I'm gonna talk about how do you go from quality engineering to a security specialist role. So to emphasize lang, quality engineer or QE, we have both the skills of a manual tester and a programmer. So kaya namin mag-automate, kaya rin namin gawin yung manual testing ng QAs. And kami rin yung nag-oversee syempre nung quality ng applications from different aspects. Pwede siyang from functionality, user experience, performance, security, and etc. So because of these responsibilities, kailangan din ng mga skills, 'di ba? Hindi ka naman pwedeng mag-automate pero wala kang skill. Hindi ka naman pwedeng mag-find ng bugs pero wala kang skill doon. So marami siyang kinakailangan na makita sa isang tao before namin sabihin na you are a good QA or you are a skilled QE. Kaya minsan tinatawag din kami ng mga HR or recruiters na unicorns because it's really hard to find good QEs or good QAs. So, as a quality engineer, pwede tayong mag-grow into different specializations. But today, I'm gonna highlight 4 na maganda talagang pagtingnan nyo ng attention, especially right now that you are still you are students studying pa, no, or graduating, para malaman nyo. Kasi syempre, when you go out from the university or college, wala ka pa talagang solid idea. Ano ba yung gusto kong gawin pag na-build kong career sa paglabas ko. So, meron ditong 4 that I'm gonna be mentioning. So, first is the Agile Test Specialist. So, sila yung experts in Agile testing, pero hindi lang naiiwan sa Agile testing na paano ba ako mag-test kapag naka-Agile development kami. But they are also good from test planning even up to automation. So, ngayon, yung Agile tester, hindi na natin sinasabi na, manual tester lang yan. In an Agile manner sila mag-test. But even automation, kasi nga, di ba, pag sinabi nating Scrum team, sabihin na cross-functional team. So, ikaw, kaya mo rin dapat mag-automate. No? So, yun yung expectation from an Agile test specialist. And then, of course, the second one, kapag gusto mo naman na specific to being a technical, ganyan. Parang gusto ko na maging specialization yung automation eh. So, what are you gonna be in the future can be an automation architect. So, ang purpose naman ng automation architect is to design and develop automation frameworks in different platforms. Pwedeng gagawa ka ng automation framework for this web app or this mobile application or API. So, ikaw yung magbe-build nun, magde-design nun. Kung may architect sa solution development, meron ding architect for automation. And then the third one is the performance test engineer. So, kung ikaw keen ka on parang, parang bumagal tong system na to. Ayoko ng ganitong experience, ganyan. So, most likely, pwede kang maging magaling na performance test engineer kasi yun yung pinaka-tinitingnan mo eh. Yung ano ba yung mga critical components sa isang application na kahit na kunyari si Lazada or si Shopee is on sale, kunyari sa upcoming 3/3 na sale, mabilis pa rin yung application. Hindi siya babagal, hindi magla-log, hindi mag-hang or magka-crash yung system. So, yun yung pinaka-focus ng performance test engineer. And while the information security specialists are experts naman syempre, in securing IT infrastructure, system, and information. Hindi lang yung system or yung infra ang secure, but at the same time, yung information na hinuhold ng system natin are secure. And syempre, since nasa Information Security Conference tayo, I'll be focusing on how do you become a QE, from a QE to a security specialist. But before we wrap our heads into the security specialist role, let's define first, ano ba yung security testing? So, security testing is a domain under testing that focuses on finding and identifying vulnerabilities, risks, threats to prevent yung potential loss of information and potential loss pagdating sa revenue. And of course, ayaw natin magkaroon ng bad reputation yung company natin, 'di ba? So, sino ba dito yung mga pinaka-affected ng security pagdating sa reputation, 'di ba? So, syempre ito yung mga nasa fintech and banking industries kasi sila pera yung pinag-uusapan at the same time information, sino pa? Yung mga nasa hospital systems, 'di ba? Anything na may nag-hold ng personal identifiable information, dapat secure yung system nila. Although hindi kasi lahat ng companies are focusing on security, unfortunately, may mga industries na hindi yun dapat negotiable. Kumbaga dapat alam ko kung ako nasa, hospitalization system, aviation, 'di ba may mga flight information, even yung sa yun nga banking, 'di ba? Dapat isa sa pinakaimportante sa'kin yung security of the system and the information na hino-hold. Okay, so 'pag sinabi nating security testing, yun yung pagtingin natin meron bang butas, meron bang weak link itong system namin kasi baka mamaya yung mga information natin lumalabas na, nagli-leak na or naha-hack. Okay? So papaano ba nag-start yung security testing interest of a QA or a quality engineer? So usually 4 lang 'yan. So puwedeng login, access or role validation, database testing, API testing. I'll be discussing this in detail later on. So usually dito lang sa 4 na 'to, dito nag-start yung, gano'n pala gagawin yung security testing kahit na baguhan ka pa lang, puwede mong gawin 'to in this, methods or manner of testing. Pero kung ikaw yung company na napasukan mo, sa umpisa pa lang, pagpasok mo pa lang do'n na-hack, aba, do'n matututo ka ng mas in-depth na testing kasi andun na kayo, firefighting mode. So kailangan mong mas maging technical yung testing mo sa security on the spot. Kasi andun na na-hack na kayo eh. So you need to make sure na hindi na mangyayari ulit yun. So in the following slides, I'll be talking about the basic security testing activities na pwede nyong gawin when you are starting your testing career. Okay? So first, of course, ito yung pinakaunang matututunan mo na is-secure when you are testing, 'di ba? Kahit nga hindi security testing yung kailangan mong gawin, yung pinakauna is, 'di ba, login. Kahit functional testing ginagawa mo, yan ang unang-una mong ite-test. So, security-wise, paano mo ba siya ite-test? Aside do sa functionality na 'pag nagpasok ako ng username and matching password, makakapunta ako sa homepage, 'di ba? Makikita ko na ako'y nakapasok. So, sa security testing, of course, first, dapat 'pag nagpasok ka ng, password, hindi mo papakita yung password na tina-type natin, 'di ba? So, ang papakita mo dapat usually asterisk or yung mga bullets, katulad nito, bullets or asterisk. Unless i-click mo yung show password, dun mo lang siya makikita, yung password na tina-type mo. Okay? So, um, kapag nakapag-enter ka naman, siyempre password pa rin, login, 'di ba? 'Pag nag-enter ka ng, username and hindi nag-match sa password mo, dapat pinapakita natin is incorrect username or password. Hindi naman natin bigla na lang sasabihin na, "Uy, mali yung password mo." Or sabihin mo na, "Uy, invalid email or invalid username." Kasi 'pag gano'n, binibigay mo na lahat do'n sa nagta-try mag-hack sa'yo or nagta-try na mag-access nung account mo na hindi naman ikaw 'yun. So, bigyan niyo naman sila ng ano, ng time mag-effort na, "Teka lang, ano ba yung mali dito?" Hayaan ninyong, 'wag niyo ibigay na parang, "Ano ba yung mali na pinasok ko?" Kasi puwede nilang gawin yung parang ibo-brute force sila o kaya parang kung sinabi mo diyan na invalid username, oh, kunyari account ko 'yan, ako yung hina-hack, eh, baka ano 'yan, MC Lagare or Michelle Chua, ganyan. So, anything na kaya nilang i-link sa akin, puwede nilang i-try. So, 'wag niyo silang, bigyan ng madaling buhay na sabihin na, "Uy, invalid username, uy, invalid password." Okay. So, pag-effortan naman nila, 'di ba? Number 3 is that kapag nag-clear cache ka, 'di ba, nagke-clear cache tayo, dapat even if sinelect mo previously yung keep me signed in, dapat pag nag-clear cache ka, papalagay mo ulit. It will require again the user to enter the credentials, 'di ba? So hindi yung nandun pa rin, nag-clear cache ka nga. Okay? Number 4 or fourth thing that you can test on basic login test is when you log out, nag-log out ka na. Tapos nag-click ka ng back ng browser button mo. Nung nag-click ka ng back ng browser, dapat i-ask ka niya ulit na mag-login kasi nag-log out ka eh. So, hindi pwedeng kapag nag-back ako, uy, nakapasok ako ulit. What if I'm using a public machine? 'Di ba? Kunyari, mga kiosk, 'di ba? Tapos, although, 'di ba, nawala na yung ganun na sobrang rampant na use or even public computer rentals, kung meron pa gumagamit nun, kasi 'di ba nagkaroon ng pandemic. But then, regardless if may public machine yung ginagamit mo or nasa kiosk ka, it should ask you to log in again kasi nag-log out ka. Okay? That's a rule. Hindi pwedeng sabihin, "Eh, hindi kasi, hindi ko naman makokontrol yun eh, browser yun eh." 'Di ba? There should be a way to handle that. Okay, so huwag kayong papayag lang na, "Hindi, nag-back siya eh, hindi naman yan part na ng system, browser yan." Okay, so dapat hindi naba-bypass ang login kasi again, that's the first, 'di ba, front-end wise sa web application or mobile application, ito yung unang-una mong pwedeng i-test for security. Okay? Number 2 naman, access or role testing. So, kung ako, say HR manager ako, I'm the only one who can add employees. Say we're testing uh, an employee portal, 'di ba? So, first, kapag nag-login ako, of course, dapat alam ko na correct user yung naka-login, 'di ba? So, pag ako nag-login, hindi puwedeng pangalan 'to ni Bien, okey? So, hindi puwedeng pangalan ni Bien or ni Benji. Dapat pangalan ko 'to kasi ako yung nag-login, okey? So, number 2 is the limited access. Kung yun nga, yung example ko kanina, if I'm the HR manager, dapat ako lang yung puwedeng mag-add ng employees, mag-remove ng employees. If Bien is an employee, kaya niyang mag-view ng record niya, but he cannot view other people's record. Say hindi siya manager, so wala siyang ibang ma-view. Hindi rin siya puwedeng mag-add ng employees or mag-delete ng employees. So, dapat merong restriction yung access natin. Dapat hindi ko nakikita yung mga modules or pages or even features na hindi naman naka-design for my specific role or access. Number 3 is that when you are testing, of course, kapag nag-deactivate ka ng account or na-delete na yung account mo, dapat siyempre hindi ka na makaka-login, 'di ba? Parang weird naman yun na deactivated na yung account mo tapos nakaka-login ka pa, okay? So, number 4 is that permissions naman. So, this is very rampant on mobile apps. So, kung mobile apps yung tinetest nyo, dapat yung mga permissions na ina-allow at hindi nyo ina-allow should be working as expected. Kunyari, hindi naman naka-allow yung pag-access ng contacts. So, dapat hindi nila makita yung contacts ko. Or if the camera is disabled, hindi ako dapat makapag-take ng pictures. Or kung gallery, 'di ba? It should not be able to access my galleries. So, dapat tinetest natin yun, hindi yun parang, okay, in-on off ko lang, yun na yun. Okay? So, especially this one, akala nyo mukha lang siyang simple. Pero, because behind this, merong data privacy na pwedeng tamaan. 'Di ba? So, puwedeng, "Uy, nag-share ka na pala ng ano, ng contacts mo, hindi mo pa alam." 'Di ba? So, merong, ah, mga information na nabibigay mo do'n sa owner ng application, yung nag-develop ng application, hindi yung user ng application, ha. So, dapat nare-restrict natin yun. Dapat alam natin na, uy, ito hindi ko inallow 'to. Even for those na yung terms and conditions, it's the same with permissions, 'di ba? 'Pag nag-check ka nun, kunyari sinabi mo na, I'm allowing, for this application to process my data or to store my data or even use my data for third party, kunyari mga marketing, 'di ba? 'Pag di mo inallow yun, dapat hindi ka nakaka-receive ng mga marketing information from that specific company or product or even outside them. Kasi minsan puwede nilang ibenta pala yung information mo, hindi mo alam. So, dapat tayo, um, as part of that company, we should be responsible as well na, "Wait lang, hindi niya chineck, eh." So, dapat hindi natin kinukuha 'yan. Dapat even outside the application itself, tinitingnan natin 'yun. So, baka mamaya va-violate na natin yung mga binigay nila o hindi nila binigay na permission, okey? Number 3 is database testing. So, this is not only for data validation. Hindi lang to make sure na, uy, nagka-match yun nasa front end, sa back end, or sa database. But it also should be tested to know if it's secure. To start yung database security testing, ensure na yung database access is restricted sa kung sino lang dapat yung makaka-access. Dapat carefully configured siya. Sino ba yung dapat makapag-create? Sino yung dapat makapag-read or view, update, or delete? 'Di ba? Even those employees ng company, nung gumawa nung system, hindi lahat yun dapat nakaka-access or nakaka-view, 'di ba? Lalo na kapag production data, 'di ba? Production database, sino ba dapat nakakita diyan? Dapat yung mga nagso-support, limited to them. And even sa kanila, yung mga nagso-support na yun, para kapag may mga reklamo, hindi lahat yung information dapat nakikita nila, 'di ba? Kung mare-recall niyo kapag may tumawag sa inyo na credit card company, kunyari, bank, sabi nila, Miss Mitch, um, ano lang po namin, mention po namin sa inyo na eligible po kayo for this promo, ganyan-ganyan." Kung sila nasa credit card o kung sila nasa kunyari savings, may in-applyan ka kunyari na account, 'di ba, tapos in-approve, tapos sasabihin mo, yung credit card ko puwede bang paki-check kung magkano yung ano ko, yung balance ko or magkano yung kailan kong bayaran, kailan dapat bayaran. They should not have that data with them, 'di ba? Naririnig niyo sinasabi na, I'm sorry po pero limited lang po yung data na nakikita namin. We don't have access to that information." 'Di ba? Dun pala made-delineate natin, eh, na makikita natin na, okey, hindi pala even if it's the same bank, even if they're both support, representatives, technical support representatives, hindi naman necessarily lahat ng information nakikita nila. Okay, so dapat limited yung information kung sino nakaka-access, lalo na 'di ba, kung nakakapag-create, nakakapag-delete, nakakapag-update. Paano kung ako employee ako tapos, sabihin ko, "Uy, palitan ko nga yung ano, yung balance ko o kaya yung balance ng mommy ko." 'Di ba? So hindi dapat gano'n. Dapat restricted natin and alam natin sino lang yung dapat may access. And kapag production, I don't think na, dapat na edit siya, okay? So, bakit mo dapat editin yung information ng ibang tao? So, there should be a portal, hindi sa database, na dapat dun gawin, na may specific access na ako yung mag-modify doon sa system and then makikita ko na, uy, si ganito yung nag-modify nun and may reason, so on. And then number 2 is the SQL injection. So, dahil bakuna time, joke, ang corny. So, SQL injection is using malicious SQL statements na pinapasok natin or ini-inject using front end. So, yung mga input fields, yung mga text boxes, even the URL, 'di ba kung saan tayo naglalagay ng URL, yung box na 'yan, dapat tine-test natin 'yun. Kaya ko bang maglagay dito ng code? para ang ginagawa ng mga attackers, nilalagyan nila ng code doon, ng malicious codes, para makapag-access sila sa database. So, even if ang channel nila is front-end, na-access nila yung database, okay, or yung back-end. For example, meron tayong query sa search, tapos yung entered word na yun, hahanapin niya sa database. But instead na maglalagay ka ng specific word na huhulaan mo pa, maglalagay ka lang ng parameter na kunyari ito, or 1 equals 1, na lagi naman magre-return ng true. Kasi 'di ba, 1 equals 1. Lagi namang magiging totoo yun. So, lagi siyang mag-e-execute. Tapos kung eto yung nakakatakot, ano yung after nitong parameter na 'to? Drop table. O ibig sabihin, ide-delete mo yung table. So, kunyari ikaw may competition mo, kunyari sa bank, tapos ikaw paid hacker ka for that bank, 'di ba? Puwede sabihin nila, "O i-drop mo lahat ng table sila." Oh, 'di ba? So, wala na silang table, wala na silang database, wala na silang information na matitira kasi na-hack na sila through SQL injection. I remember when, siguro pang ilang company ko yun, pang 4th, pang 5th ko kasi marami na akong naging company, siguro parang in 4 years time marami na akong naging company na napasukan. Um, yung first time na paggawa ng SQL injection, binigyan lang nila kami nung devs ng malicious codes na hindi nga namin alam, eh, ano bang purpose nitong code na 'to, ano bang mangyayari kapag nilagay ko 'to. So, make sure ang sinasabi lang nila, "O ito yung code, ilalagay mo yan sa lahat ng puwede mong pag-inputan." Puwedeng, drop down list, puwedeng text box, puwedeng sa URL, ilagay mo daw dun. So, kami, we don't have any understanding what will happen kapag nilagay ko 'to, or paano ko malalaman nga na nag-fail, 'di ba? Hindi nila in-explain yun. So, if you're gonna do the SQL injections, you should make sure na alam niyo din yung mangyayari, 'di ba? So, kunyari for this example, sabi niya magda-drop ka nung table, kung anong table man yung in-specify nila. So, kailangan alam mo yun, okey, pupunta ako 'tong table na 'to, titingnan ko kung nandun pa, okey? Para alam niyo kung nagka-pass or fail yung, ginagawa niyong SQL injection, okey, na testing. So, another thing that you can ensure din pagdating sa, SQL injection, even if hindi talaga siya SQL injection, but in database testing pala, dapat tingnan niyo rin yung length nung field. 'Di ba? So, kunyari, yung field name natin is last name. So, dapat yung maximum nung field name na yun should be around 30 characters lang, hindi 255 characters. Kasi the longer yung inaalaw mong characters na ipasok, the higher the risk na ino-open mo. Okay, kasi 'di ba, kung 30 lang 'yan, maiksi lang yung puwede kong ipasok na code, although it doesn't necessarily mean na dahil 30 wala kang malicious code na puwedeng ipasok, but at least nali-limit mo siya, okay? So, the parang yung allocation na ina-allow mo, sige 255, baka marami ka ng puwedeng gawin dun sa database, 'di ba? Baka na-drop na 'yan, napalitan na yung data mo, wala ka pang kamalay-malay kasi lang dahil lang sa length of the field na ina-allow mo, okey? So, number 3 is audit trail. So, some security standards nire-require nila na bawat event sa database o gagalaw yung record, dapat merong audit na puwede kang gawin. So, kapag walang database audit log, puwede kasi siyang maging parang, okey, na-hack kami or may naggawa nito, may nag-drop nung table, may nag-modify ng data, tinanggal niya 'tong column na 'to, or na-copy 'to, na-delete lahat, ganyan. Wala ka ng balikan. Kasi wala kang log, sino bang gumawa nito? Sino naka-access nun? So, at least kung meron ngang audit trail, kapag nagkaroon ng investigation, meron silang pagbabasihan, sino ba yun? Baka mamaya employee na, 'di ba? Or, parang employee na na-fire, 'di ba? Before siya ma makaalis ng company, na-hack na pala yung database niyo, 'di ba? Parang kunyari anger dahil na-fire, dinelete niya yung mga tables or pinagkapalitan niya, sinira niya yung mga columns and so on. So, dapat alam natin yun. Through audit trail matutulungan tayo dun. So lastly, if you want your database secured, dapat pati yung backup database nyo secured din. Okay? It's just as equally important as the main database. Kasi syempre, kung na-delete or may mga na-drop na tables dun sa database na main, at least hindi nagalaw yung backup nyo. Baka yung backup nyo open for anyone naman siya. So, ganun din yun. So, hindi na rin siya reliable. Okay? So, number 4 is API testing. So, kami nun, when we were testing, ito yung medyo nahuli na binigay sa amin. Siguro dahil before, hindi pa ganun ka-well utilized yung API when I was starting in my QA career. So, naging latter part na siya. Pero ngayon marami na dahil well used na yung APIs, marami na ring companies na instead na nagde-database testing, API na lang kasi puwede naman niyang i-validate yung data or yung mga transactions through API testing. So, kapag, nagse-security testing tayo, maganda rin talaga na mag-security testing tayo through API testing. So, merong 4 na ways for us to secure or ma-test if secure yung APIs natin. So, one is parameter tampering. So, ang ginagawa ng parameter tampering is that, nagbibigay ka ng parameters through API request na binabago mo yung values. Kunyari, yung attacker puwede niyang gawin, okay, nag-Amazon shopping ako. Pero wala akong pambayad or ayokong magbayad. So, ang ginawa ko, yung API na kunyari yung amount to be paid ko, instead na say $12,000, ginawa ko siyang 0. O kaya naawa ko, sige, $12. Okay? So, eto puwede nilang gawin 'to, kasi yun nga, kapag exposed yung API mo, puwede nila rin palitan yung laman siyempre nung API. Ano ba yung mga information na hino-hold nun. So, puwede yun kunyari puwede mong palitan yung amount na dapat mong bayaran or may mga kakilala ko before, kaya nila nung meron pang Uber dito sa'tin sa Philippines, ginawa nila yung, ah, discount code or promo code nila sa Uber, nilalakihan nila. 'Di ba? So, kunyari puwede silang makarating from this city to another city na wala silang binabayaran kasi gumamit lang sila ng promo code na free, kunyari free yung ride, so and so on. So, it's really something na dapat ginagawa natin, tine-test natin, kaya ko bang palitan, 'di ba? Baka, um, malugi yung kumpanya niyo just because hindi kayo nag-test ng API niyo if it's secure. Okay, number 2 for API testing is the command injection. So, katulad ng SQL injection, ito nag-i-inject ka din. Pero ang ini-injectan mo is the URL. So, yung sa URL dun ka nag-a-append ng operating system commands dun sa dulo ng URL. So, for this example, ayan, kunyari ito yung website tapos meron kang view na page. Tapos from that page, merong user file.txt. Tapos ang gusto mong gawin is i-copy. Okay? So that is a huge vulnerability or security risk, 'di ba? Kasi kaya mong kunin yung mga sensitive data. 'Di ba? Kunyari, name, address, birthday, username, password, and even credit card details. 'Di ba? So, kunyaring, before, kunyari nung nahihirapan pa tayong makapasok from one seat to another, meron bang mga QR codes para yung rapid pass, 'di ba? Puwede mong kunin yung rapid pass or QR code ng ibang tao para ikaw makapasok ka. Tapos by the time na gagamitin nila hindi na nila puwedeng magamit, 'di ba? Or, um, kunyari, promo codes, 'di ba ngayon sa mga shopping. So, kayang-kaya mong kunin yung mga codes ng ibang tao, yung mga vouchers nila, magugulat sila, "Uy, hindi ko na magamit, di ko pa 'to nagamit, Yun pala ikaw kinuha mo na. Okey? So, naubos na-maximize na yung paggamit ng voucher. Number 3 is the API input fuzzing. So, fuzzing means nagpo-provide ka ng random data sa API until maka-discover ka kung meron bang functional or security issue or problem. So, basically, you're testing yung API kung, yung provide mong input, ina-accept niya when it should not. So, kunyari yung numeric, fields na nandun sa website natin or sa API natin, dapat tinatanggap lang niya kunyari positive numbers, kunyari between 1 to 30. Tapos puwede mong i-try na 0 or negative or even more than 30, huge numbers. So, titingnan mo kung papaano ba siya magre-react, magto-throw ba yun ng error or magka-crash ba siya, 'di ba? So, it's very important that you do input fuzzing even if you think na parang, "Ano ba naman 'to, eto na nga yung dapat i-accept, bakit ina-accept niya 'to?" 'Di ba? So, it is our responsibilities as QAs or QEs to do this negative tests kasi hindi naman gano'n talaga mag-isip yung developer, Sinabi, ipapasok ko lang dito kahit age or kunyari sa date, 'di ba? So, 1 to 31 yung max. Paano 'pag naglagay ako ng 0, kaya ko ba mag-type in ng 0 or negative numbers, 'di ba? So, dapat na-handle yun properly. Otherwise, you're exposing, parang yung mga hindi dapat i-function hindi na lang dapat hindi dapat gano'n mag-function or mag-behave yung API pero hindi mo tinest, so nakalusot. Okay? And then number 4 is the unhandled HTTP methods. So, 'di ba, alam naman natin na meron kunyari get, put, delete, and so on. So, what if yung endpoint mo o yung API mo na endpoint, ang ina-allow lang nun is kunyari, get, 'di ba? So, titingnan mo lang ano ba yung laman. Pero i-test mo din, baka kaya ko mag-post. 'Di ba? So, anong mangyayari kung kaya ko mag-post? So, makakapag-create siya ng record, 'di ba? So, dapat if hindi ina-allow or walang gano'ng method for that particular API endpoint, dapat merong siyang corresponding error, 'di ba? Para i-handle yung mga gano'ng, instances na, "Okey, ta-try ko ngang mag-post, baka kaya ko." Okey? So, as you can see, even if you're just starting out as a quality engineer, you're already able to experience some level of security testing. And you are able to conduct this security testing on different aspects of the system, pwedeng front-end, database, API, and even user experience, di ba? So, user experience, pwede mong i-check na kapag ba nag-input ako ng more than 3 wrong attempts or invalid attempts ng login, ano mangyayari sa'kin? 'Di ba dapat naba-block ako, say for 30 minutes or for 1 hour, hindi ko kayang gamitin yung system, hindi ako puwedeng maka-login, 'di ba? Or ina-allow ka lang o sinasabi sa'yo na parang walang walang any prompt, 'di ba, na kapag nag-invalid login ka na ilang tries ka na, ina-allow mo pa rin, 'di ba? Or sinasabi mo lang na, ah, yung system nag-freeze, hindi ka na maka-login pero hindi mo rin sila binigyan ng idea, what's happening? Hindi na ba ako maka-login, bakit ako hindi maka-login? Okey naman yung pinapasok ko, baka di niya alam, 'di ba? So, at least sabihan niyo sila na, "Oh, invalid username or password," 'di ba? So, para lang din aware sila what's happening. Baka naman legit user sila, pero wala silang kamalay-malay na, "Uy, na-hack na pala ako." So, hindi niya pina-prompt na, "You have reached more than the allowable invalid attempts and your account has been blocked." Okey, walang gano'n. So, wala silang ka-idea-idea, okey? And as you mature in quality engineering, you'll get to have the opportunity to learn different types. So ito, I'll be giving this PDF to you guys and then you can research on this. Ka magiging credible na, "Uy, ako certified akong, security, engineer." Kung sinabi ko lang sa sarili ko 'yun, kasi natutunan ko sa YouTube, na kaya ko palang gawin 'to o sinabi ni Miss Mitch kaya kong mag-API fuzzing. 'Yun lang, walang 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 basis, walang standard na na pinagbabasihan. So dapat meron tayong certification as we build our security specialization career, okay. So, we only have 4 minutes, so paano ko lang dito na, when it comes to, security testing, so lahat ng kanina kaya mong gawin kahit wala kang tool, yung mga na-mention ko, 'di ba? 'Pag nag-test ka ng login, 'pag nag-test ka ng access roles ng database, ng API, although API, dapat gumamit tayo ng, kahit man lang Postman, 'di ba? So, for API testing. Pero, of course, we want to make our lives easier. We want to make sure that what we are finding are accurate and do it in a fast manner, 'di ba? So, meron tayong puwedeng gamiting mga tools or dapat na gamitin na tools kasi 'di ba, if we are doing it for the long haul, dapat alam natin na mabilis 'yun, accurate 'yung nakikita natin. So, may mga tools. So, kunyari for web and API, eto 'yung mga konti lang yung nilista ko kasi 3 nga lang o baka 4 yung nilista ko na open source. So meaning, puwede siyang ma-modify ng ibang tao, puwedeng mag-contribute yung ibang tao and most of all, free. So, kasi 'di ba maraming mga companies sabi nila, "Ay ayokong magpa-secret testing kasi yung Acunetics mahal yan, or yung ganito mahal yan." So, there are open source tools na puwede natin gamitin. So, for web and API, you can use OWASP. And for mobile, yung mobile counterpart naman natin is the MobSF or Mobile Security Framework. And for the static code analysis, we can use SonarQube. So, of course, marami pang tools na puwedeng natin makita. I just don't want to overwhelm you with those tools, no? So, but these are very reliable, um, tools na ginagamit namin. I'm not an endorser, I'm not, hindi ako binayaran to do this, but out of my experience, years of experience, in security testing, in quality engineering, ito yung ginagamit namin and nire-recommend namin sa, mga companies and even in our clients under Q360. Okay? So, I've also indicated here some additional reads for you guys. I'll be sending this PDF and nakalink siya. So, pwede nyo silang basahin so that you can gain more knowledge out of this. Okay, so I hope you guys learned a lot from or learned something today kasi 41 minutes. If you have any questions, you can reach me through LinkedIn or you can go through our website and reach to us if you have any questions or help na kailangan from us. Okay, thank you. And do we have time for Q&A, Bien?
Yes, Ms. Michelle Aguirre, thank you so much again
Thank you.
for with that very informative presentation. We actually have questions from our participants. Wait lang po, flash namin sa screen.
Sige.
Or we can,
We can read na lang sila.
sige, go ahead.
So from one of our participants, what mechanism or tools users can use to secure the account and application?
Yeah, I think yan yung last na na-mention ko earlier. So, ito yung tatlo, yung pinaka-basic, yung OWASP, MobSF, and SonarQube. So, SonarQube is just for static code analysis. So, these tools help us in making sure na i-scan niya yung code, titingnan niya yung code quality, and magpe-perform siya ng automatic reviews dun sa code ng developers and detect kung merong mga bug or yung tinatawag din nila na code smells. Ibig sabihin parang, uy, medyo may something dito, baka dapat tingnan mo. So, yun yung tatlo. For now, WhatsApp, MobSF, and SonarQube.
Sonar Group. All right. Thank you so much for that, Ms. Lagare. And we have another question from Ms. Para. Or sorry, Mr. Glenn. Hindi ko gaano naabutan yung sa API. Kasama ba sa testing yung encryption ng API during the test run o integration ng mga apps?
Yes, so dapat nai-encrypt, 'di ba? So, pero hindi sa umpisa kasi yung mga minention natin dito are basic API testing. So, examples of API testing. So, but yes, you can definitely and should if medyo familiar ka na dun dun sa encryption, 'no? So, aside sa encryption dapat na alam din natin ano ba yung mga endpoints na, accessible or exposed na ine-expose natin. Hindi yung parang lahat ng API, lahat ng endpoints natin exposed, 'di ba? So, dapat, hindi siya na na-access kung hindi dapat at hindi rin nakikita ng mga end users. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Michelle Lagare. And follow-up question lang po from
From Mr. Demba natin. Siguro miss, this is for the first question. Consider daw ba po yung MFA?
MFA. I
Is that
haven't heard of MFA. What's MFA?
Multi-factor authenticator po.
or can we verify if that's the MFA, the multi-factor authentication?
Yeah. Yeah, so as mentioned kanina, for sure marami pang types of security testing na pwede tayong gawin. Pero as you start, especially kung manual tester ka, these are great starting points for you guys or something na dapat hindi natin nire-remove from the basic security testing. So I'm very happy na aware kayo sa mga ganitong types of testing or approaches, no? So, pero kasi maraming mga tao na pagdating sa security testing or when they are starting their QA or QE career, mapapaisip sila, "Okey, anong gagawin ko?" Even nga yung basic na parang, "Oh, dapat pala eto merong way to know na nag-throw siya ng error, 'di ba, kapag hindi siya supported yung method, kunyari HTTP method. So, I'm very happy to hear these kinds of questions kasi it goes to show na, okay, alam nila yung mga gano'n. So, ibig sabihin, ano yan, galing ba ng school? Yung mga naturo ba yan sa school? But definitely, they should be included in the testing, especially for security.
All right, so thank you so much for that, Ms. Michelle Chiolagare. We would like to thank our participants as well for those questions.
Thank you.
Do you have any message from Sitesphil or this event?
Okay, this is my second year, and thank you, Ben, for reaching out. And I'm so happy because this is a platform or an avenue for us to be able to reach out to those students, graduating students, no, para magkaroon din ng hindi lang security awareness, but also what is in out there pagka-graduate nila. So every time I am given this opportunity, I'm trying to introduce pa din in different angles, ano ba yung quality engineering, how is it related to security testing? So, just so everyone, kasi nga, ang audience natin are graduating students. So, I'm very happy that you have this kind of event para magkaroon sila ng bigger or deeper awareness on ano bang pwedeng mangyari, especially for security testing or security specialization. So, thank you for having me here.
All right, once again, we would like to thank you, Ms. Michelle Agara.
And thank you so much for our participants who joined our question and answer portion. So kindly contact our Facebook page for the instruction on how you can claim your prizes.
All right, and Ms. Michelle Agara, as appreciation, we would like to um, present yung certificate of appreciation.
So as a way of honoring you for sharing your expertise, we would like to award this certificate to you.
Right. All right, so this certificate is awarded to Ms. Michelle Chua Lagare in recognition of your commitment of giving valuable contribution and insights to Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022 Cybersecurity Conference. Once again, thank you so much, Ms. Chua Lagare. And by the way, ma'am, before we let you go, i-post po namin yung mga hashtags from our social media platform with hashtag QE360, hashtag Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022, hashtag HKNL2022, and hashtag Sitesphil. So ito po yung mga winners sa platform natin. And while waiting po dun sa mga winners, again, you can visit yung link in profile ni Ms. Chua Lagare. Nasa description box din po yan. Hold on. All right, just 1 second.
I can also put it in the message box.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you so much again, Ms. Chua Lagare. And dun sa mga nag-hashtag ng QE360 and then yung official hashtags natin, meron kayong 30% discount voucher from LPI and then merchandise from Globe, HKNL T-Shirts, and LPI T-Shirts as well. Once again, thank you so much, Ms. Lagare, and have a great day.
Thank
Stay
you.
safe.
Have a good day too.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so thank you so much once again, Ms. Michelle Lagare, for your. Go ahead.
So continue to share our live to reach more people and take advantage of this free cybersecurity webinar.
And I would like to remind everyone, our CTF or Catch the Flag is ongoing. And we would like you to pay attention and stay focused on our presenters as we may flash the flag at any time, and we encourage everyone to participate in this activity.
So aside from the experience itself, winners may win up to 250,000 worth of vouchers. That includes LTI 30% voucher discounts,
right, CompTIA Data Plus Exam Voucher,
to CompTIA Security Plus exam voucher,
3 Mile 2 Ultimate Self-Study Combo worth 153,000 pesos. And once you see a flag flash on the screen, that's the indicator that we have already provided you or provided in the comment section our CTF challenge. Again, the mechanics for this contest will be as follows. Each round consists of different CTF levels, and the first participant to submit the correct SP flag through email wins. Email will be pinned on the comment section, or you may see it also in the description section. Winners from previous rounds are still welcome to join the next levels.
So once again, we would like to thank all of our partners and sponsors for making this event possible, starting with Mile 2,
Linux Professional Institute,
Isaka Manila Chapter,
Glow My Business,
and CompTIA. So moving on to our next speaker, he has been in the industry for more than 20 years, spending the last 13 years on IT assurance, information security, cybersecurity, and data privacy.
an active volunteer, member, former officer and lecturer of local and international organizations,
He has multiple hats in Exiture as Board of Director, Chief Information Security Officer, and Head of IT Consulting and Software Engineering.
a Bachelor of Science in Information Management and Bachelor of Science of Accountancy, graduate from Asia Pacific College and Adamson University, respectively.
He has also received the Presidential Award for both 2014 and 2016.
Best Chairperson of the Year in 2010 from Isaka Manila and IIA Philippines chapter for his service as an officer of these professional organizations. AICD, Agile Project Manager,
ISO 27001 Lead Implementer, ISO 22301 Lead Implementer,
ISO 3100 Senior Lead Risk Manager, CPISI,
Certified Fraud Examiner, COBIT-F,
Certified in Risk and Information System Control, Certified Information Security Manager,
Certified Information Systems Auditor, CIA,
Certified Public Accountant,
with expertise in cybersecurity and fraud, educating board members, senior management, and technical personnel,
Risk Management,
IT governance,
IT Security Audit,
data privacy,
review sessions for CIA, CISA, CISM, CISSP, CRISC, and CFE examinees.
with the topic Selling Cybersecurity to Your Board and Senior Management. Let us all welcome Mr. Mario De Marillas.
Hello, Mr.
Yeah.
Mario.
Good morning, Bien. Good morning, Bebs. That was a lengthy introduction. I'm not applying for a job. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, I have some restrictions on the access. That's why I have to share the entire screen. So don't worry about those introduction. At the end of the day, it will end up in RIP or SLN. No? So it doesn't matter in the next slide. No? Those are just events or events during my career. All right. I guess majority, I think Bian, Bebs, majority are students, graduating students, and some professionals
Yes.
that may
Yes.
be aspiring. No, so yeah. The topic may look like may look serious. Imagine selling cybersecurity to the board and senior management, but I'm approaching it as if some are cliches, some are practical, but it's a matter of knowing it and implementing it. No? As if I'm explaining it to my children. That's how I do. No, that's what my profession. That's my responsibilities in the office. So, just to give you context, aside from those work related, I'm also active in different institutions, and one of which is the Institute of Corporate Directors. These are especially for those professionals here that you need to convince the board in senior management, or maybe you're a board member already, you're a senior officer, wherein is a group of people that handles, no, they're owners of the companies that decide on things, no, especially on cybersecurity, wherein you need to convince them. No? So I've been there as a teaching faculty as part of the technology governance committee. I'm also active globally. There's a group, Global Cyber Ed Board. It's a group or a group of people that are into cybersecurity or the ones in charge of cybersecurity risks as part of a learning session. So it's a global group. I'm very much active on that group. Then been nominated as advisory committee member because there's a monthly, weekly cybersecurity conferences, and I'm part of the Southeast Asia Summit, no, as an advisor. I've been also advising schools like my former school, Asia Pacific College, my second school because I took BSIT in APC, and also assisting as industry representative, University of St. Lasal on their accountancy, how to impute, no, the IT part in the accountancy program. Former, yeah, some officership in ISACA, IAA, ACFE, and I'm dual degree, no, IT and accountancy. So just to put context, no, in the discussion. All right. Before we even discuss the tactics, no, how to sell cybersecurity to board and senior management, because some of or majority of the participants I may be students or just recently graduate. Uh, we need to understand what is board, what is senior management. So we need to understand corporate governance structure. So in a company, in a corporation, so if you're employed right now in a corporation, uh, this is the simplest explanation, no? So in the company, merong shareholders. So the shareholders are the one putting the money, no? So they are the investors, owners. They are shareholders. So it can be a stockholder, a non-stockholder, but they are owners, no, of the company in a corporation. But these shareholders may or may not, no, may not decide to participate in the strategy, no, or in the day-to-day operations, no. Gusto nila lang, ano lang sila, financier lang. So there are people like that, no. Like to put money there, but I like to have someone represent me, no, in the decision making. So the shareholders will elect representative, no. Pwedeng sila, pwedeng their ano, no, merong nomination, no, na at the outside of the ownership. So some board members may not be necessarily owners. So they elect the representative to the policy making, strategy, direction, and execution. So it can be 5 to 15, a minimum of 5 members to 15 members is always odd number para for voting purposes, para may tiebreaker, no? And it's led by chairman, no? By a chairman. That's why in organization meron chairman, no, na sinasabi, no? Chairman of the board. Now, the board, si strategy siya, parang in a military siya yung mga nasa ano, no, generals, those that are working with the president, which is the chief executive naman ng military. In this case, they don't want to dwell, or some board members don't want to dwell on the day-to-day operation, no, or since imagine 15 members siya, hindi niya ang hirap magbuo ng quorum. When you say quorum, majority yan eh. Divided by 2 plus 1, no? So imagine, no, you need to convene 8 members to have a board meeting to discuss, for example, cybersecurity or audit, legal, compliance, or ano, no, anything, no. So it has to be trickled down into different committees, no. Kasi mahirap pag-usapin yung 15 eh, pagsama-samahin, no? So why not trickle down into different committees with specific focus areas, no? So pwedeng risk management, pwedeng human resources related, or audit, or cybersecurity, IT, or compliance. So it may be composed of 3 to 5 board members per committee. So it depends. If you're a 5 board member, so ang committee member pwedeng 3 lang kasi hindi naman pwedeng 5, di sila rin ang nag-usap. So tigta 3, no, na board level committees to discuss focus areas kasi it's hard to meet everyone with a lot of topics, no? So it has to be segmented. Siyempre, yung board member, strategy making yan policy making yan, no? Setting direction. So yung day-to-day operation, so they will, what, no? Hire senior management. So ito yung senior management, ito na yung may in charge to day-to-day operations. And it is usually led by the CEO or president. So basically, the board sets the strategy, no, approves the strategy. The senior management executes it, no, through the leadership of the CEO. Tapos syempre may middle management pa, yung mga managers, then the rank and files, no. So that's the corporate governance structure. And you as the Chief Information Security Officer, you may be residing or may be part of this senior management role. And you have plans, no, plans for the company that needs to be approved o presented to the committee and ratified by the board. So, pwede yung committee, recommendatory, sabihin niya, okay na yan, CISO. I agree with your plans. We will approve na at our level. But it has to be ratified by the board. Sabi mo, but board? Again, kanino bang pera yung ginagastos? It's the shareholders. So, who is accountable to the shareholders? Yung board. Sila yung nagre-represent Kaya board ang nag-approve ng gastos sa company, no? There was a question in one of my session. Pwede ba yung president lang mag-approve? Sabi ko, hindi. It has to be collective by the board because it's not his money or his or her money. It's the money of the shareholders. And the one accountable to the shareholders, yung board members. Yan. So, ganyan yung corporate governance structure. For those that are in studying or has tackled law, no? Kaya in a corporate governance, why this is the structure? Because the one that is if a company cause harm on someone in another entity or in another person, he or she can file cases against the company, the board members, as a group and individually, and the relevant or the responsible senior officers. Ganun yung sineset yung different roles and responsibilities. So I hope you understand already this corporate basic corporate governance 101 to, no? Next, what is your role as the head of the cybersecurity or information security? And usually it comes with the title CISO, no? Or Chief Information Security Officer. Usually you report, no, as aligned to the corporate governance structure earlier. Merong pwedeng committee, no, na board members that is focused on cybersecurity or risk management, overall risk management, and one of which is the cybersecurity. And the one in charge, no, so this is the representation of the board, no, representative of the board, because board is the representative of the shareholders. This is the senior management, ikaw si CISO. So typically, no, in an ideal world, this may be your roles and responsibilities, no, to make sure that the organization, everybody in the organization complies with the information security requirements, no, yung anong nakasulat na policy, na regulations, na contractual obligations, etc. Some function may include security operations, no, para siyang bantay, no, he or she is the one guarding both external internal threats, no, yung mga potential attacks coming from outside or from internal. Siya yung monitoring, no, so meron siyang technical operations. Or security architecture, ano yun, siya yung designer, no, ng setup in the company, working, no, in collaboration with the IT head, what would be an appropriate architecture wherein it's secured. Parang if you're erecting a building, you're creating tollways, bridges, or even a car, parang you put what is a safe and sound building design, no? A safe and sound road design, even a car design or a space shuttle or an airplane, no? So yun yung role, typical role ng CISO. Alright, now, with that in mind, no, understanding the corp gov structure, understanding what is your as the head of the information security, ano nga yung strategy and tactics, no? Majority of which are, you can say, practical, common sense. But the problem is, it may look practical, but we are not trained or we're not cognizant of these tactics, no? So when you take strategy tactics, how do you convince, no? You're not there as a technical expert also only, but also some sort of you're selling it, eh. So para kang marketing, no? Marketing, you sell the cybersecurity concepts to those would be approvers, no, which is the board, kasi sila ang caretaker ng shareholders. Now some of this, no, parang know thyself, no, know your capabilities and limitation, no, as a CISO, as a, especially those that may be professionals here that are already aspiring, no, for becoming CISO in the future. I did not put technical skills here. That's already inherent. Inherent o assume, no? As you go up the ladder, naging less yung technical, eh. Kasi in a technical working group, okay lang yon. But in a board, senior management discussion, in a committee, it plays a key role for middle management. But other skill sets aside from technical are advantageous when you discuss your plans to the board and senior management. Siyempre, communication, presentation skills, no? This is a common, no? It's an stereotype, no? If you're good on technical, you're not fan of, when I say communication, presentation skills, not necessarily English. The concept here is that how can you convey a technical message into a message that can be understood by the masses, no? How do you present things, no? I will also tackle some of that later on. So communication, no, the writing skills, no. I don't infer on English subject verb agreement, no. Yung translate your ideas into talking points, no. Basically ganun 'yan. Next one, as you become the CISO, your senior management, you need to have strategic management skills, no. You know how to plan and you know how to execute. So you need further studies, no. It was discussed earlier, may certification, those on technical track, no. But you need to study also on the management track. And when I was studying, no, in college, I hate management courses. I only like accounting, science, and IT, no. When I took accounting, I only like accounting, math, English, no. English, I hate English. I hate management subjects. Economics kasi may computation, may parang arithmetic doon, mathematics. Sciences kasi merong sometimes merong ano yan, may math yan, no? But the rest I don't appreciate, no. I only appreciated it when I was already working, no. So appreciate your management subject because it becomes handy, no. And you know how to plan and execute. It has to be in pairs, no. Kasi some people are very good in planning, walang gawa, no, or a wish, no. If you plan without executing, that's wishful thinking, no. If you're executing without planning, that's hazardous to health, no. Yun ang concept ko, that's hazard map, no. You might be doing some things that are not aligned, no, with your company's plan, no. So kaya kailangan mayroong planning, may foresight, and may hard work, no. Next is policy development administration, which is somewhat related to communication, presentation skills. Yung paggawa ng policy. That's a technical skill. That's why I remember when I took my IT course, meron technical writing subject. You teach, no, and that's the advantage of engineers kasi they have technical writing, no. When I ask, especially I think in IE and also other engineering discipline, they are taught how to conceptualize from technical idea to into how to write it up to be understood by by a user, no. That's the same thing with policy development administration, no. When you craft on something, then how do you administer it to execute it, no. So yun yung policy development administration. Also industry knowledge, no. You need to know your business. If you're in telco, you need to understand telco requirements. If you're in the financial institution, so you need to learn the business, no. Basically, you need to understand your business. and the industry altogether, no? So not only your company's business, but how competition works, no? How products and services are being offered by competitors. So that's industry knowledge. And also next is risk management, no? Understanding what can go wrong, no? What are the challenges, what can be the possible attack scenarios, and how to define likelihood impact, no? We will tackle that later on. Then familiarity with regulation standards, which is also part of the industry knowledge. Crisis management, no? A true character of a person is revealed when there's a crisis, no? Are you cool and calm, or are you emotional? Do you panic? So crisis management has to be planned as well. So that's uh, you don't plan for good things, no? You also plan for also if bad things happen, no? So crisis management. And don't be a loner. Team dynamics, no? Collaboration, conflict resolution. Need to understand different, no? Different. I remember, no? One of my former bosses said, no? Different folks, different strokes. So you need to understand people behavior. So mayroong psychology part of this, no? That's why I know some cybersecurity professionals that are psychology graduate, and they are in advantage because they know team dynamics, because they understand different people behavior. And also for you to be able to ease up your work or to easen up your work, mentoring coaching, no? That's already a given. But we are not trained on mentoring coaching. That's why as part of training development, you need to attend on this session, or the company has to provide, no, an avenue to be able to train you on mentoring and coaching, no. And different generation learn differently, no. Remember, no, yung mga Gen X, yung mga baby boomers, yung panahon ng Hapon na lumaki, they just do what they're told, no, ganun yung training. Kaya pinasa yun sa Gen X. Nung sa Gen X, walang spoon feeding. Baby boomers to Gen X, do this. Ganun lang, instruction. So parang walang spoon feeding, diskarte ka. Now, pag to Gen X to Gen Y, so ang gagawin ng Gen X, ipapasa din lang. So which is I'm also guilty of, no, in the past, and also still guilty in some instances, no. You made an assumption because you were trained like that, diskarte, ipapasa mo, medyo expect mo didiskarte din yung Gen Y. Gusto ng Gen Y, bigyan mo siya steps. So lalo na yung Gen Z. So yun, no, that's why mayroong advantage yung psychology graduate that is practicing cybersecurity. They know that behavior, eh. So there are different ways to learn. So we need to adjust as well as bosses on how to deal, no, on how to deal yung generation gap, no? So yung team dynamics, yung conflict resolution, no. Ako, I know myself, I cannot be in a peace panel, no. Pag nasa peace panel committee ko, magkakagera, eh. So I know that, no? I have to inhibit, no. I put someone else na lang on that conflict resolution. But again, no, you still need to gain that skill, no. Okay. Next, know thy audience. If you know meron na self-awareness, who are you talking to? To the board and senior management. You need to build an ally. Sabi mo, there are politics involved. There's always politics. Kahit sa bahay, no, yung anong kakainin mo sa umaga, politics na yun, eh. What will be ano yung susuot, anong bibilin, that's already politics. You build an ally in the organization, especially on the would-be approvers, no. Maybe in your own department, you're the king, but at the end of the day, it's the board's responsibility, accountability. So you need to convince them. So know their educational background, their hobbies and passion. So I remember one tip, no, it's not for presentation. When I was being planned to be interviewed, no, by certain individuals, I research on them. I only not research the company, I only research the people. Kasi makaming common ground. So you need to understand his or her context, no, when you present things. So from her point of view, from his point of view, no. So understand the educational background, ano ba yung hobbies and passion, so that some concept can be related. For example, if he's a car enthusiast, he can relate some concept into car lingo, no, car jargon, no. If it's into airplane, so try to learn that passion, hobbies, and translate that, no? Yung mga concept o yung jargon sa IT, yung technical jargon, to that point of view. So if they're professional organization, so maybe find a way, become a member so that you have common ground. Family matters, Filipino culture, yes. But don't do that you used to work in a multinational organization. They're not fan of sharing their family or personal things, no? So be watch out then also, no? It's just an added, yeah, but you need to determine yung culture, no, the organization and the person. So build an ally, kakampi, no? Kasi how things can be approved and moving, even though it's the correct way of doing it, but if you don't have an ally, are enemies, no? It's enemy, you treat them as enemy, things will not be approved. So ganun, politics talaga yan. Next, know thy corporate vision and mission. So you know yourself, you know the audience, ano ba yung company nyo? So know your purpose, no? Your business purpose, your company's purpose. What are the promises made to customers? Sabi mo sa customers, we will protect your data. Tapos wala ka man lang plano sa loob ng kumpanya. So wishful thinking 'yon, no? Ano lang 'yon? Papol, no? Papol lang 'yon, no? So know your promises to customers, no? Either to a contractual obligations, no? Ano yung nasa vision mission statements nyo, na hindi 'yon no? Hindi 'yon nilagay doon char-char lang, no? Is a promise commitment, no? Siyempre, meron pa ring revenue goal. So, one common concept or opinion, or stereotype to security professionals, ang gastos-gastos ng mga cybersecurity. Or maybe it's the matter of presenting it. That's why you need to know your revenue goals and work on that goal, no? Maybe you present something that can improve revenue goals. Maybe in a way na, if we do this, it will create more trusted relationship with customers, and customers, because they trust us, they like us, they protect their data, they protect their money, they will what, no? Cross sell us, no? They will sell us to their friends, and that will what, target new revenue stream. So pwedeng ganon. Or if we put this cost of tools, it will prevent us from avoiding the cost of non-compliance. What are those? Demanda, damages, penalties, fines, or any productivity losses, no? So be mindful of that, no? So revenue goals. Regulatory expectation. Kasi ang common right now, ano ba sabi ng regulator? Common, yun yung compliance eh. So compliance is just minimum, no? So still know the regulatory expectations, but also consider other factors, no? Then also contractual obligations, as your promise to your customers, suppliers, and stakeholders. And what is your social responsibilities in totality, no? To have a if you're financial, have trust, build that trust or maintain that trust in the financial systems. Kasi imagine if people will not trust that, they will not use the platform, you will not earn revenue. So yun, no? Yung social responsibility, work with other stakeholders, no, to maintain that social responsibility. So other item, know thy business. So for sure you've done your feasibility studies, your SWOT analysis. Ano ba strength ng company? Maybe the strength of the company, they have enough resources, people resources. But the weaknesses, they have the lack of funds or training and development. Maybe you need to focus on that. Kasi strength and weaknesses are internal to the organization. What are the potential opportunities? No? If you are a startup company, no, a unicorn or 5-year-old company, opportunities for you is that you can scale it up easily. You can move things around without the bureaucracy kasi it's fast. And that can be a competitive advantage against competitors that are already established with so much bureaucracy, no? When you say bureaucracy, ang daming approving matrix pataas. So masyadong tall your organizations. Then what are the threats, no? The threats of if you're an old established company, still conservative, conventional, you might be toppled by a new and upcoming company because they are moving fast, they have the technology advantage, or they have the people advantage, or they have access to customers that you don't have. So those are the tests that you need to establish. Ano naman yung threats for the startup company? Siyempre, the established company have already mature governance structure. So they know things how to do it correctly, the right way of doing things, and what are those right things to do. Ay naman ang disadvantage minsan ng startup or less than 10-year-old company, no? Lahat decision by one person without an adequate planning, no? Which is versus the company that already has the structure, no, to do it, no. So also consider competition in the industry. How do they do things, and how cybersecurity can be a competitive edge. So maybe need to also consider customers, no. What is the customer bargaining power right now? Customers have the option, no, to choose its provider, no, from an IT provider, a software provider, or financial institution, telco, maybe even healthcare. If they find, no, the customers find that these companies are not, no, and competition is doing better in terms of cybersecurity posture, and the customers has the bargaining power, which one to choose, you might lose that customer. So if you don't change ways, no, so that's how to build that on cybersecurity. And also emerging threats of new entrants, as I said earlier, the new and upcoming may be mature in terms of cybersecurity mindset. They can scale it up immediately, no. Then other threat of substitutes in what you offer, no, as an organization and even as a person, no. So it can also be applied, no, to your own careers. Okay, so that's the know thy business. Okay, I put, no, just a qualifier, no. Jargons are overrated if you're talking to the board and senior management. How can you expect them to approve things if they do not understand it? So scare tactics may work, but it works only short time or short term, no. It's not really long term strategy, no. Ang concept always, so, is a hard thing, is a difficult thing. Sometimes ang tawag noon ng isang, I remember, no, one executive, no, called it out in one of the meetings because someone is presenting everything in jargon, no, in technical jargon. Ginagawa mo sa amin confuse the enemy, yun yung term niya. So it was presented as a joke, but it was somewhat a shot to the presenter, no. How can I approve it? How can I decide on it if I do not understand it, no? Parang you're just confusing me with a lot of jargons. So explain it, no? Parang sinasabi, why do you explain it to me like an 8-year-old? So remember, your board senior management may not have that savviness in terms of technology, but they have understanding about what? They know about risk, no? They are familiar with regulation. They know the industry. So present it from their perspective, not on your perspective, no? They will not be interested so much on what type of malware, what type of attack, what will be the entry point or attack vector, or all those jargons, the rootkit. Wala silang pakialam doon. Ang tanong nila, what's the risk to my organization? What can go wrong if we don't do something about it? So present it, no, as if you're explaining it to an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old child, no? Explain things not to look intelligent, but to be understood. So, hindi mo pakita magaling ka, pero may natutunan sila, no? Yun yung concept, no? So, mahirap to gawin kasi we're so proud with a lot of jargons that we understood, no? We know, no? Yung jargons, if you're talking about to a fellow cybersecurity professional, it's okay kasi you can understand each other. But if you're talking to non-part of the tech group, you have to present it as if practical, no, so that it can be approved, so that the plans will be moving. So over time, no, in my mind, no, I put kasi that's my role when I present, no, Uh, the jargons will be discussed by my team, no, to their counterparts. But my role as the head is to to guide how to translate that into layman, no. So this is a sample list lang. I don't really keep a list, but over time I remind myself how to use certain words, no. Sabi mo firewall. Ano ba yung firewall? Think of firewall para security guard, that checks, no, who is allowed to go in and go out of the office. Boundary check, parang territory, parang during the mga checkpoint. Kaya nga isang firewall, checkpoint ang pangalan eh. Kasi yung firewall, it was parang some sort of boundary check. Or it can be a main gate, no, to determine who is allowed, who is not allowed to enter into the building. Pinto, X-ray screening. Endpoint, if you're explaining endpoint to a 74-year-old, 80-year-old, tayo nagkakaintindihan yung endpoint. Ano yung endpoint? Pero to an 80-year-old na magde-decide on your plan, we have this endpoint security, 200 licenses for servers, etc., etc. Ano ba yung endpoint? Minsan nahiya lang magtanong yun. Ano ba yung endpoint? Basically, computer, server, laptop, phone, tablet, no? Phone is not anymore a phone. Parang computer na yun eh. Computer na yan, tablet. Network is a group. So, group of computer. So these are some of the words, no? Information security, the sexy word kasi cyber security. Ang ganda pakinggan ng cyber security. Pambenta eh. Pero kung titignan mo, it's not only cyber security. There are still organizations that use paper documents. So it has to be information security, no? Cyber security, anything na digital, no? But if you're still doing manual, minsan kasi ang focus cyber security digital, there's still risk on the manual documents. Tapos doon nagkaroon ng breach, no? So that's the problem, no? Sabihin ng ng management, ng board, I already approved your endpoint security, your firewall, intrusion prevention, etc., etc., etc. Why is there's a breach? Yung breach pala papel na dapat shinred lang pala. So minsan yung mga gano'n, realization. Isang kwento, lang, yung kable na putol, nagupit. So cyber security ba yon? Or is a physical security issue that relates to information security? So sometimes we focus a lot of things that are good, no? But some basic know-how or basic concept are left or ignored or maintained as negligible or neglected, no? Then cloud environment is basically someone else's computer, no? Machines that may not be necessarily owned by you. Some is just being subscribed or being leased, no? That's cloud. On-premise, siyempre, basically, computers that you own and in your office. Co-location, kasi minsan yung co-location tinitreat as cloud. Magkaiba po yung co-location sa cloud. Co-location, computers that you own but in another company's office. Pero tiniterm yun na cloud. So, iba yon from a decision standpoint and also from an architectural perspective. Database, basically, your crown jewels, your data repository. Yung crown jewels mo yung data. Parang yun yung pera. No? Social engineering, human hacking, scamming people to provide them for access. Malware, any diseases. So parang pests, kung sa farming yan, agriculture, pests yan eh. Or malicious software, the long word, or dreaded disease, no? If it's health, no? If you're in a health safety environment. If you're into engineering, siya yung RAS, siya yung kalawang. No? Credentials, ID, entry pass. So these are some, no? Smishing, SMS, call. So you need to, I believe that those that are learned has the responsibility, no, to what, no, to educate their peers, their colleagues, their bosses, their board, their senior management. Yung responsibility, hindi porque kayo magaling sa technical, ikaw na yung mayabang sa org. You should have that humility to educate others so that when you educate them, you will be understood. It will make your life easier. Yun lang naman yung purpose niya, no? If you don't educate them, you just bombard them with a lot of jargons, no plans will be approved, your roles will be diminished, no? So wala kang output, no? So that's the purpose of transforming jargons into things or words or concepts that are practical and can be understood by decision makers. Okay. All right. Also, present details from this perspective because that's the background of your board and senior management. No, that's the individual background. So it can be what? No, that's why you need to work. No, again, no team dynamics. You need to work with your risk management colleagues because they might have already established
Hello, Sir Mario. Hello, Sir Mario. All right, just give us a moment here. All right, let's wait for Mr. Mario. Nawalan lang ng connection. All right, just give us a moment here. All right, so while waiting for Mr. Mario, we would like to announce our winners. Winners for our hashtags, HKNL2022 and HKNL or Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022, hashtag Sitesphil and hashtag Exature. So yung winner natin sa hashtag is all right, sorry about that. Go ahead, partner.
So while waiting for Mr. Mario de Marillas, please continue to share our live to reach more people and take advantage of this free cybersecurity webinar.
All right, and I would like to remind everyone our CTF is ongoing. Partner, may mga nagsend na ng CTF challenges natin. Unfortunately, wala pang nananalo, so it's still open.
Yes, be sure to send the correct format of your of your answers. Uh, so partner, also you have to be registered dun sa form na nakapin sa ating description box, and then also like, share, and follow our page to to join our contest. So again, we would like to thank our partners and sponsors to make this event possible. So starting with Mile 2,
Um, Linux Professional Institute,
Isaka Manila Chapter,
Globe My Business.
and CompTIA.
Right, hold on lang po tayo while waiting kay Mr. Mario. All right, so once again, while waiting for Mr. Mario de Marillas,
So yes, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back after 5 minutes. So for the meantime, please enjoy the video advertisement prepared by one of our sponsors, Globe My Business.
all right.
Thank you.
Now that more businesses are exploring new ways to operate, information security threats have become a concern. Good thing Globe Business is here to help you secure your devices, data, and private network from cyber threats with cybersecurity solutions. Meet Chris. Chris has no control how data is being shared or downloaded on their devices, making them vulnerable to external threats. Harmony Endpoint and Harmony Mobile let Chris have a dedicated team of IT experts who will centrally manage and protect their devices remotely from cyber attacks. For phishing and malicious attacks that want to steal confidential company and client data and disturb website traffic, Chris can use Harmony Email and Office and DDoS Protect. Here we have Joey. Joey is on a mission to secure the school network and protect it from online threats. With a managed firewall solution subscription, Joey can be rest assured that the school network stays secured from hackers with help from a dedicated team of on-call IT experts who will centrally manage and maintain their network firewall. Last but not least, we have Jen. Jen's cooperative handles a lot of personal data from members and customers. With Ad Primus, Jen can identify her staff's level of knowledge and compliance with data privacy best practices to determine who can safely collect and process data to help avoid breaches caused by human errors. Who knew there were so many ways to protect your business from cyber threats? With Globe Business Cybersecurity Solutions, keeping your business operations secured is that easy. What a great way to own your success and operate your business remotely while staying secured 24/7. Ready to level up your cybersecurity and get 360 protection from online attacks? Learn more about our suite of cybersecurity solutions. Visit the Globe Business website today. Stay tuned for more Globe Business ICT solutions. I'm Sean, and this is Solutions from Sean.
All right, and we are back. Thank you so much. Since wala pa rin si Mr. Mario,
We will now be flashing all the winners on our previous giveaways.
Right. So, pa-flash na lang po sa screen ng mga nanalo sa hashtags. Pa-flash na ba? Babasahin namin. All right, so sorry about that.
Wait lang, kukontahin ko sa server.
All right, so we have here our first winner, Mr. Glenn Garcia de Villa. Yan, so nag-hashtag ng HKNL2022, hashtag Sitesphil, and hashtag Exature. All right, so congratulations. You have Glow merchandise giveaway as well as 30% LPI discount voucher.
Kindly message us on our Facebook page to claim your prizes.
All right, thank you. All right, and before we continue, or while waiting for Mr. Mario, let us introduce you our game master sa CTF challenge natin, Mr. Benji Brian Zamora. Sir Benji.
And good morning guys. Yan, good morning yan. So actually natutuwa ako na marami nang sumasali dun sa CTF natin. So again, I'll be speaking mamaya pa ng alas 5 pero yan, I took that liberty and time to para mapasaya naman yung mga audience natin. So we have some challenges. Not really hacking challenges but some challenges. Mind-boggling challenges na kung saan pwede ma-exercise yung yung inyong ng utak para sa araw na to. So, yung flag kasi natin, again, if type yung flag, yung in-expect namin na flag is ganito itsura. So, you have to find something that looks like this. Okay? Ito po yung in-expect namin na itsura ng flag. Okay? So, natutuwa ako, may nagsasabi na Reindel algorithm, tapos may sasabi na encryption daw. So, tama kayo na, you're on the right track. Natutuwa po ako. Pero we're looking for something that looks like an SP flag. Okay po? Okay? Yung pong premyo nito ay isang 50,000 peso worth na mile to voucher. Okay? So yung pinakamauuna na makasolve ng bawat CTF gets a 50,000 pesos mile to voucher. Okay? So mag-email lang po kayo sa HKNL2022 at Sitesphil.com. Ayan. Kung nakuha nyo na po yung flag. Okay po? Yung po sa mga, actually, sabi ko sa mga tao, ipakita yung t-shirt kasi naka-t-shirt kami ngayon. So ito po ipapanalo yung t-shirt. Yan, pinapakita ko na yan. So yung maganda yung t-shirt po. Actually, I'm very proud of the shirt. Okay, tapos yung meron sa likod. Sa likod din ako. So maganda yung niya yan. Kita ba yung likod ko? Okay, yan. So, keep on sharing. And keep on watching. Natutuwa ako. Again, nakita ko actually shoutout to kay AJ De Manhug. So AJ, thank you for watching us. So, ibang mga security practitioners, they're also here. Tapos actually nakita ko rin ibang mga nag-join ng CTF natin, mga lead auditors. So, good job sa inyo. So, you're on the right track. Tuloy lang po natin. So, again, I believe Sir Mario is already here, so I'll be shutting up my mouth now. So keep on challenging yourself. Let's join the CTF. So take away, Sir Mario. Thank you.
Thank you, Benji. Sorry, I got lost. I was talking, no? I realized I'm already out. I think I ended up in this perspective. Konti na lang, no? Yung i-cover. I'll continue. I'll just share my screen now. Oops. Let me know if you can see my screen now. I think I ended up I got lost during the risk perspective. Bien, Bebs, can you see?
Yes, Sir Mario.
Yes, sir. Actually,
All right.
on the first part po ata nung from risk. Yeah.
This one. All right. Sorry. All right. No? So let's understand that your audience understands things from a risk perspective. No? So you need to collaborate. So deep dynamics ulit. You need to work with your risk management. Maybe they already have this criteria. Ano ba yung probability of a scenario? Because you as the cybersecurity expert in the organization, you may know what are the specific scenarios that can happen, but you need to convert that into probability and impact. No? What will be the likelihood of it happening? So these are sample. No? You need to work with your risk group or the ones that are doing this, no, setting this criteria. Then discuss it also from an impact perspective. What will be the financial impact of that potential scenario? What can go wrong? How much losses that we will be incurring, no, if that happens? The regulatory impact as well. Or reputational damage from social media, no? So if there's a reputational damage, meaning long term, meaning that's 12 months onwards, no? At least 1 year. So if there's a negative image in the social media, it will equate to loss of customer confidence, eventually loss of customers, loss of revenue, and loss of potential customers. Then additional cost to remediate those control breakdowns, no? So it has to be sorted out from likelihood impact. Then it has to be presented. So remember, no, people learn differently. Some are auditory. So musicians learn through what they hear, no, auditory. Some are kinesthetic. So for the cybersecurity tech, you learn things from experience, kaya kinesthetic, no? You learn by experience and doing hands-on, no? Using of the tools, no? The being taught on how to use these tools, no? Kinesthetic yun, experiential. Some are visual, no? So maybe uh, it's hard, no, to present something to board, senior management, auditory, parang mahirap naman. Experiential or kinesthetic may not be the appropriate venue or appropriate learning methodology. So put visuals, no? Siyempre, sometimes, no, most of the time in a meeting, you spend a lot of time dwelling on low items, no, that do not need utmost attention. So focus on those critical, no? Kaya naka-heat map yan, no? So you put all the scenarios, no, based on the criteria, you plot them, so you can only focus on things that requires immediate attention. So those that are critical or those that are in the red zone, no? Yung mga green zone, huwag niyo na pansinin yan. Monitor na lang, no, kung magiging red zone yan, no? So that's from this perspective. Then again, no, majority of those composing the board, no, the decision makers are somewhat financial background, economics, accounting, management, etc. No? So it has to be presented from a financial perspective. Ano ba yung cost or investment on controls? No? Ano ba yan? Software, licenses, one-time fee, subscription, hardware, it can be a one-time off, it can be leasing, the salary of the people that will man the offices, man the operations, training and development so that yung skills capability build up, and maintenance, no, of these tools. Then on the other side of the fence, if we don't invest on these things, what will happen, no? It should be cost of not implementing, no? Cost of not implementing controls. They may be fraud losses, penalties from regulatory, and damages from the court. Yung damages kasi is not is determined by the court. They can go as high as millions, it can go as low as thousands. Or regulatory fines or productivity losses. For example, if your monthly revenue or daily revenue is $1 million, for example, or 1 million pesos, and you're down for 5 days, that's 5 million pesos lost revenue because of that productivity. Plus, siyempre may mga sweldo. Regular employees yan, may sweldo, walang ginagawa, down. So, if the daily salary overall is 200,000 pesos, that's 1 million for 1 week or for 5 days. So, that's 6 million productivity loss if you don't implement backup or controls for redundancy, etc. No? So, you need to present that from financial perspective. And for you to be able to do that, you need empirical evidence, no, or source evidence. No? I will discuss that later on. The next two things is to tell it like a story. Oh, by the way, si Uber got penalized, no, for their breach. Oh, by the way, 25.8 million. Not a scary story, no. It's just stating of facts, no. Walang scare tactics, no. It may work short term lang, but long term, no. By the way, si Uber paid 25.8 million equivalent because of 2.7 million customers that were breached. 174,000 Dutch customers, 35 million. US, 7.8 billion pesos. What else? This one is a story of Target on how they were breached. No? You need to present facts and to determine if you're susceptible to the same scenario and what are the lessons learned. No? What are the aftermath? What are the lessons learned in this in this incident or this scenario? So an attacker sends a phishing email to the third party that is already trusted by target network and was able to take control of this and was able to get inside the target network. Yung target parang SM yan, no? Robinsons or the largest mall here in the Philippines, no? So since that this third party is already authorized to get access into the system, went to the data, no? Compromised source, kinuha yung mga sa POS terminals, and it was dumped to a drop site that is controlled by attacker. So yun yung flow ng data. You tell a story, no, facts, no, not fiction, no, but non-fiction, and tell it as if you're telling a bedtime story to understand, what are the lessons, no, that you can learn from this scenario. In one of the groups, yung Cyber Ed Board, no, that is based in the US, a global organization of cybersecurity professionals. We met the CISO of Equifax, and he told us this story, no, what happened to Equifax. This is a credit bureau, no, parang credit repository. These are the, kumbaga, this is the MO, no, modus operandi of what happened and what are lacking, no, identification of what lacking in terms of control and the impact of that attack, no. So they settled for 575 million. They offered pre-credit monitoring identity theft services. Ano yan, binabayaran nila yon for those customers impacted to monitor, no, if anyone or any of the customers records or data is used, no, to avail of a loan or borrow something or to any financial transaction, they will be monitored and flagged. So yun yung purpose niyan. And data security requirements to be implemented in an aftermath of this attack, no. So tell them a story. Is it applicable to you? If yes, what will be your actions? Or maybe you follow the same action, or maybe you can further improve on what the actions have been done, no, by your peers, no, in the industry that experienced that same scenario. Then everything has to be supported by evidences. It should not be, in my opinion, kasi if you start in my opinion, away po yan. There's always, it can become an adversarial sorry, situation if you always base it in my opinion. It has to be supported by empirical evidence. So empirical evidence can be gathered from external research group like ISACA, wherein they provided yung statistic on state of cybersecurity, no, 2021 is a yearly survey since the pandemic. Or can be use the Ponemon Institute, no, research, no, in terms of data breach, or your own logs of incidents, no, incidents either captured by your security tools or captured by your manual tools or your incident ticketing tools, event management tools, firewall, and all the security devices that you have, no. You need to correlate and come up with convert the raw data into analytics, no, that can be where you can infer conclusion based on the data collected, no, in your internal or in your organization. So it has to be always supported by evidences. The common mistake in presenting facts or presenting plans is based on someone's opinion or based on his or her previous life or previous company. Hindi pwedeng ganon. Mayroong mga dynamics, no, na may not be agreeable to the but has to be supported. If it's supported by data, it's hard to argue with data or facts. So, yun yung role, no? I think this is the last slide. I'm sorry for the lost connection. If there, I don't know if there are still time, no, for question, Bebs, Bien.
Hello, Sir Mario. Yes. So guys, do you have any questions sa participants natin sa YouTube channel and our Facebook page? By the way, thank you so much, Mr. Mario, for the wonderful presentation. Very informative.
Yes, sir. Actually, we have one question here from Mark Hadrian Alegria Hudasco. So, yung question na, sir, is, do all companies need cybersecurity?
Okay, let's go back to the definition. No? Sinabi natin kanina, cybersecurity, anything digital, no? Data. If a company has the responsibility, no, to protect someone else's data and don't want to divulge their business strategy or data to a competitor, to someone, there will always be a need. There will always be a need to that, no? Kung ang objective ng company ay i-divulge lahat ng data na may hawak sila, o divulge na yun yung corporate mission niya, no? And it's okay lang nakawin yung source code diyan, nakawin yung proprietary data niya, hindi na kailangan cyber security, no? Pero there's no such company, no? Company will always have the fiduciary and no, promises made to customers, no, to protect that data. So it will always be a need. Nag-iiba lang yung scale. So it can be a small scale, a large scale, depending on the complexity.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Mario.
So once again, sir, we would like to thank you for taking time to be part of our cybersecurity event, Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022. So as a way of honoring you for sharing your expertise, we would like to award you this certificate.
Right. And the certificate is awarded to Mr. Mario De Marias in recognition of your commitment of giving valuable contribution and insights to Hacking Ka Na Lang 2022 Cybersecurity Conference, given this 19th of February 2022. Thank you so much, Mr. Mario.
Thank you
Stay
to
safe, sir.
Sitesphil. Congratulations, Benji and team Ben, Bebs. So, salamat.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
so much, Serena. Okay. Right.
So continue to share our live stream to reach more people and take advantage of this free cybersecurity webinar.
That's right, partner. And by the way, I would like to remind everyone on our CTF or Catch the Flag Challenge. It's ongoing. Di ko alam kung may nakasolve na ba ng CTF challenge natin or wala pa. So, yeah.
As of now, partner, per checking, wala pa din daw nakakasolve ng ating CTF challenge. So guys, keep on trying. And then we will announce the winner if meron na agad-agad.
Right. So, we're going to announce the winner on our Facebook page and YouTube channel. Sa mga nanalo, you're going to receive an email from us, hackinkaнаlang2022@sitesphil.com. So please pay attention and stay focused on our presenters as we may flash the flag at any time, and we encourage everyone to participate in this activity.
So aside syempre sa experience na magiging nila dito, winners may win up to 250,000 worth of vouchers, including syempre yung LPI 30% voucher discounts.
CompTIA Data Plus Exam Voucher.
Dalawang CompTIA Security Plus Exam Voucher.
And 3 Mile to Ultimate Self-Study Combo worth 153,000 pesos. And again, once you see the flag flash on our screen here, that's the indicator nag-start na ulit yung next level ng CTF Challenge.
Okay.
Again, our mechanics for this contest is as follows. Each round consists of different CTF levels. First participant to submit the correct SP flag through email wins. An email will be pinned on the comment section, or you may see it also in the description section. And winners from previous rounds are still welcome to join the next levels.
Okay, so before we proceed to the continuation of our program, we would like to thank again our sponsors. Mile 2,
Linux Professional Institute,
Isaka Manila Chapter,
Globe My Business,
and CompTIA. Thank you for making this event possible. So we will now proceed with our third speaker.
Right, as mentioned earlier, there have been changes with our speaker for our next topic. Dr. Charles Singh of CompTIA won't be able to join us today, but we have someone from CompTIA as well to take over as one of our keynote speaker.
So he is a cybersecurity philanthropist,
currently the CEO, chairman of Tech Ed Global Academy and Black Ops Cybersecurity Consortium,
CISO of ICT CIA. With more than 20 years in the field, he has established his credibility as a recognized top security expert and public speaker.
With his vast experience and success in numerous private and government-related projects, both locally and internationally, he has garnered numerous internationally recognized certifications, validating his expertise in information technology and cybersecurity landscape.
Right. And with his experience, passion, and dedication in cybersecurity, he became one of the primary go-to experts with notable skills in threat intelligence, offensive and defensive operations, counterintelligence, hybrid warfare, incident handling, and risk assessment, as well as strategic organizational framework, helping organizations reach their objectives.
Right, and with the topic cybersecurity defense and capacity development in the Philippine landscape, let us all welcome Mr. Irenaeus Mark Laszlo Legeza II. Hello, Mr. Mark.
Hi, Serbian, and to the rest of the other Sitesphil members. Thank you very much for having me. I greatly appreciate the opportunity for stepping in place para kay Dr. Singh. He is a little tied up during the, how do you say, the weekend. And I'd like to, of course, thank Sir Benji. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it for having me on your event. And yes, I'm very much excited to discuss cyber defense. This is something that we have been, in a sense, needing, or this is one of the, how do I say, much needed items in the current landscape that we have here in the Philippines, especially pagdating sa ating mga ahensya, sa mga gobyerno, pati rin sa mga pribadong sektor. Dahil medyo marami din ang mga nakukuhan natin mga cyber breaches over the past couple of years, especially during the COVID period. So once again, thank you very much for having me on the event. And shall we kick it off?
All right, you're welcome, Mr. Mark. By the way, before we proceed, we would like to remind our audiences to share our live stream using the hashtag Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022, hashtag HKNL2022, hashtag Sitesphil, and hashtag CompTIA. You can copy and paste these hashtags on the description box.
So this will be our official hashtag for this topic. Make sure to have it all when you share this event. Winners will be announced after Mr. Mark's presentation. So Mr. Mark, whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you very much. All right, so I'll try to get this one as quick as possible. It's not going to be easy to discuss cybersecurity, at least defense, in just an hour. This is typically something that we take over for quite a period of time. But before we actually go for our viewers, there are a couple of items that I would like first everyone to be aware of. And of course, the understanding what we mean by data. Okay, so data basically is considered a commodity online and offline, both for legal and illegal actors. Now, as a lot of people probably have, how do I say, heard of the term, data is pretty much the new oil or the gold that we have, especially in the cyber world that we're, how do I say, again. And this is one of the things that a lot of cyber criminals basically try to get hold of. Now, data can be categorized in so many different forms. This could be private information, that's data, such as your birth date, your middle name, your gender, your wife's name, your parents' name, and so many other factors. And through this particular data, in a number of, how do you say, instances, this particular information could actually be capitalized on in performing certain cyber crimes. Now, as we, I'm not so sure if the audience is quite familiar with, but in the Philippines, we basically have quite a number of laws pertaining to electronic data, but there are actually two specific laws that we should take into very close consideration. One, of course, is Republic Act 10173, okay, which is a Data Privacy Act of 2012. And we also have Republic Act 10175, which is also the Cybercrime Prevention Act, similarly, of 2012. Now, of course, with these particular laws, there have always been reasons, and one of the primary reasons there, in terms of the sudden need of this, and you might be surprised that this is not actually an old law. This is just a 1 decade old law, 10 years for that matter, is because of the cyber breaches and the cyber issues, and one in particular, which was the love bug that we had, which created a pretty big international stir some years back prior to 2012. And this actually prompted the need and the necessity for a particular law to focus primarily on cybercrime. Now, with regards, and there are a couple of other terms that I'd like other resources, or at least the audience, to be familiar with. We have the term cybersecurity defense, and attack. Again, it's a very important thing to understand. When we talk about security, we primarily refer to security as the ability to be pretty much free from dangers or threats. Security can be different forms. You could have security fences, okay, preventing people either coming in to a certain property or even leaving a certain secure area. Defense, on the other hand, basically is a form of, how do I say, a form of restricting or restraining, okay, certain or resisting certain attacks that happen within an organization. And again, these terms are pretty much general terms that were adapted in the cyber realm. Attacks, on the other hand, basically are the methods or the ways that certain individuals would be able to perform illegal, okay, actions in terms of obtaining certain information and going to certain places that they aren't supposed to be. Now, a lot of organizations, unfortunately, and even up to this generation now, and specifically here in the Philippines, hasn't been really prioritizing cybersecurity up to the highest level, okay? It has always been considered a secondary option, and that has also, created a domino effect, especially in the COVID period, when a lot of people basically traversed from working in office where they had a more secure based environment to transitioning to a more convenient yet less secure work environment, especially for organizations, that would be the work from home. So cybercrime has increased exponentially since the pandemic basically started about 2 years ago. Now, as you can see here, based on the statistics we have, which is coming from the one brief for 2021, cyber attacks have been number one, okay, data breaches specifically. Second in that particular list is, of course, business interruption, okay. An example of business interruption, of course, would have been the pandemic or natural disasters, such as katulad ng nangyari noong 2020, nung pumutok ang Taal volcano. And months after that one, yung pandemic. How they say, the business community is basically doing in the organization. But as you can see, based on these particular numbers that we have right here, cybersecurity is actually top on the list. Now, moving forward in that particular score, just to give you guys additional information about this, these are, how do you say, analytical numbers that we had for 2021 again. IT disruption has been considered number one, as it has been for 2020. Data compromised, again, second on the list. And another thing that has actually increased in terms of its status is resilience to risk. Theft and fraud basically has dropped. Third-party risk has also dropped. But conducting risk, and as you can see here, regulatory risk, okay, total risk, ay mga umangat. All right, so these are, how do you say, very alarming items that, again, organizations cannot ignore. And this is one of the things that we have been, how do you say, to a certain degree, advocating through the Cybercrime Division under Secretary Mancao. Now, moving forward in that particular score, I'd like to add some facts. In 2019 to 2021, in terms of the loss the country has actually faced, now these are based on press reports, but of course, I'm sure a lot of people are familiar that sometimes information that basically hits the internet, they try to suppress so that it doesn't basically hit a panic mode. But as you can see here, close to about 2 billion pesos, okay, have been lost in digital fraud, banking fraud. In addition to that one, the Philippines, unfortunately, ranked 6th in 2021, June, in terms of the volume of human-initiated cyber attacks. Okay, now this was by Nessus, okay, statistics. On top of that one, in terms of online trafficking that has been reported to the NCMEC, okay, and the CTR, there has been a large report, okay, of how do you say, cases, reported cases relating to either missing or exploited children, okay, which is also circulating on the internet, and in a lot of cases circulating in a particular form of the internet, which is what we refer to as the dark or deeper web. And as you can see here, the number is raised from 2019 from 400, roughly about 400,000, okay, to 2020 to 1.2 million. And for the, how do you say, the recent months or the recent year of 2021, it went up to 2.8 million. Okay, so again, these are very startling numbers. Malware and hijacking attacks have also surged, okay, as what I mentioned to you guys previously, in 2020, by close to or more than 2,000%. Okay, so again, another startling issue. Just as a, how do I say, closer to our facts here, back in 2019, the Philippines basically placed 5th, okay, as the most likely to be attacked, okay, in terms of the statistics that were basically garnered. Now, again, these particular numbers are very startling and very alarming, especially given the fact that the majority of Filipinos are using a lot of social media and trying to acclimatize themselves in the cyber world, but of course with the lack of skills and knowledge and the lack of cyber security awareness. Now, in terms of the consequences, especially for organizations, now specifically for organizations, ano po yung mga pwede mangyari sa atin pag nagkaroon tayo ng cyber breach? Kasi kadalasan ngayon na nagiging major issue at syempre nagiging target din para sa atin, sa mga hackers, dun sa, I would say, black hat hackers, is of course in regards to how to say the cyber breach, where we're actually trying to steal, okay, electronic data. Again, as I was mentioning to you guys, data actually is pretty much the gold that we have today, okay, the electronic gold. These particular breaches, again, that shouldn't be taken for granted, do have their, how do you say, their associated penalties and imprisonments. Classic example here that we have locally in the Philippines, certain penalties relating to different types of violations could range from 6 months all the way up to 6 years, with a fine of 100,000 pesos all the way up to 4 million pesos. And these are items that are basically indicated under Republic Act 173, which is the Data Privacy Act. Okay, now, given these particular facts, how do we prevent cyber attacks? Well, this is where, in a sense, I kind of, try to figure out what would be the best way to formulate, especially given the landscape that we have here in the country. And one of the things that I saw that, in a way, differentiated us quite vastly, and I would say by more than a mile, okay, to put it bluntly, is developing habits, okay, in terms of how we take cybersecurity, especially as a cybersecurity professional. Okay, it's very, very important that we cultivate that mentality of continuous improvement, continuous learning. In addition to that, as what John Kindervag used to talk about relating to zero trust, and when we had a joint, how to say, event that was hosted last year here in the Philippines virtually, one of the items that I couldn't agree with him more was in terms of the interoperability of systems, okay, in ensuring basically how different types of systems work together and provide the necessary requirements that we need in obtaining or achieving basically the goals that we require for the organization. Another aspect that has also been a major, how do I say, disadvantage, not just for the government sector, but for the private sector as well, is the solid compilation, okay, of documentation, okay, as to how certain activities and procedures and policies, as well as guidelines, should be handled. Now, as the fourth item that I hopefully will be able to complete in my lesson 1 hour discussion, is of course the governance, okay, and development. Now, it's kind of strange, you know, as we hear, given that the election's back again, okay, and all the politicians now have a chance to basically speak their mind. One of the craziest things that I constantly hear from, you know, coming from politicians today is the constant clamor that we have so many laws, and yet a lot of these particular laws are not actually being governed or not being, how they say, pushed. And this is one of the things too where we have lacked considerably, especially in the cybersecurity landscape. And I'm sure a lot of viewers would agree that are attending this particular event that are also in the cybersecurity sector have seen and could attest to these kinds of situations, which of course is pretty scary. Now, actually, the way how I formed it was with one of the best authors, I would say, that improved how to say my work mentality and work ethics and the way I basically do things, and a lot of, how to say, leadership seminars have been conducted on this. I'm not so sure if you guys are familiar with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Now, there was a very good write-up, which I basically, in a sense, applied in this particular presentation, which I hope will be beneficial to you guys, on where they applied the 7 habits on the cybersecurity realm. Okay, so let's kick off basically with the first particular habit. Okay, now this is coming again from Stephen Covey, being proactive. Now, what is it when we say that we want to be proactive? We want to be able to perform a certain action to mitigate or to avoid a certain issue from occurring. Okay, so an example here would be I'd install an antivirus. That would be a proactive approach. Or I would install an antivirus on my phone. You know, majority of a lot of people I've been speaking to that work in, how to say, quote unquote, highly confidential sectors in the government, and even for those in the private sector, don't have antiviruses installed on their smartphones, which is again a means as an endpoint device to a possible cyber attack. And the majority of, how they say, cyber attacks right now are actually targeted on mobile devices, apart from, of course, web-based devices, because they're the ones that are, in a way, in majority. Okay, so when we talk about being proactive, a lot of people basically think that, hey, you know, as an organization, let me read basically the item that we have right here, you could easily get lost, okay, literally, in terms of that technical mindset, okay, by dealing with so many issues in an organization, from threats, vulnerabilities, incidents, okay, possibly even regulations, negative press, okay, misinformation, blockers, budgetary issues, okay, resource constraints, major issue too, okay. So every minute spent reactively, okay, or reactively waiting around for a better thing to happen to you, you might as well then, it becomes an advantage for your attacker to actually capitalize on the vulnerability. Same concept. The longer you don't install an antivirus in your phone, the larger the smartphone. Okay, some of you guys may be saying, well, I got an old Nokia 3110 or I got a 5110. Goodness, I don't know where you guys basically have been for so many years. But if you do have that, well, hey, you're still secure, okay, to a certain degree. But with regards to Android and iOS-based phones that pretty much majority of people now are using, these are vulnerable, okay, or susceptible to issues because it does have an operating system running. And in that particular ground, you're actually just waiting for an issue to happen, okay, where something basically gets installed on your phone, or you basically click a certain link on the internet or receive a certain link from wherever it might be coming from that could be malicious, and at the end of the day, basically infecting your mobile device. And once you have, let's say, your mobile device, you connect it, let's say, to your computer through USB or whatever particular means, it basically spreads that issue. Okay, it spreads that malware. So again, this is where, from a reactive approach, a lot of people would say that, okay, since I haven't been infected, everything's A-okay, all set to go, not a problem. But the moment they get basically infected, that's when they start getting reactive. And by getting reactive, it starts making a bigger issue. And that's where they start basically complaining and regretting, okay? All right, so the other aspect here is to begin with the end in mind. You always want to have a goal, okay, in regards to where you want to be, how you want to basically run your defense. A lot of cases too, in terms of our landscape locally, is people don't understand basically that when you try to secure data, you have to be able to understand how data flows. Okay, what is the process of how data basically traverses within your network, out to your network, and coming into your network? Okay, and by understanding basically this simple concept, it gives you now a better perspective as to how you'll be implementing the necessary controls supported by the necessary tools. Now, it's kind of an interesting thing that I'd like to share with you guys with regards to, how they say, a couple of issues here. Like, of course, we have been in the private organization, basically working as either administrator, network administrator, security administrator, or the whatnots. And as you work in either a multinational or, I'd say, a Fortune 500 company here in the Philippines, you'll be working with vendors. And one of the aspects working with vendors is that you'll be basically dealing with the proof of concepts, testing their application, testing their, let's say, antivirus, their endpoint protection systems, testing basically whatever particular software they're doing. But one of the major issues that, once we see a major product that we really like, we don't fully capitalize on it when we actually roll it out into the, into the production-based environment, okay? And most of the time, we end up basically just using 20% of the capabilities that we're actually paying for. Classic example there, I've seen organizations, they have Active Directory running, but they never realize that there are certain controls that you can already set in Active Directory using a Microsoft-based platform, okay, that they just didn't know existed, okay, or they didn't really care. As soon as they had the system basically working, they had the type of mentality that, okay, I can do that one tomorrow, I can do that one next week, but they never actually fulfilled the primary objective. So it's very important that you have to determine, okay, where you want to go, okay? So as indicated here, whilst being proactive is essential, we can't just randomly act and hope for the best, okay? We must know what the end goal should be and start with a clear destination in mind. This applies whether you're basically a newly appointed CISO, okay, to an organization in the need of a radical security change. And that's what pretty much we're faced with in the landscape that we have here locally in the country, okay, or even as a technical expert. You don't even have to be a CISO. A lot of organizations, even here locally, still don't have CISOs. Okay, and they have to basically understand, okay, what's my plan? What's my what do I want to achieve? What do I want to be able to fulfill? Okay, now I'm not going to go into the side here with regards to operations. I'll focus more specifically on the individuals per se. But you guys can read up on this one. There are supporting informations on this one here. I'll be sharing with you guys the PowerPoint presentation. So we'll just focus on this sector because of time constraints. Third particular habit that a cybersecurity individual must have, okay, is again applying the put first things first. Okay, learn how to prioritize. It's a very important thing. Okay, now again, a lot of people, I don't know if you guys ever heard the expression or the saying, basically, swimming in data is pretty much drowning for wisdom. Okay, what it means there is you get, you know, bombarded with so much information, especially if you're understaffed, and that's typically how to say where we are faced with. And I don't know if you guys feel the same thing that I felt with as I've been working with different companies throughout the years, and of course in the different sectors of the government, where you're expected, because you're the IT guy, that you're going to do everything. You'll be from technician to the security guy to the person that may even be there to teach them how to use their phone. Okay, and that's, you know, one of the, how to say, the eyebrow raising issues. Okay, where organizations again take this particular sector again for granted. So it's very important that, of course, given that we may be short of resources, under-resourced, and may not have the full capabilities, we have to be able to understand how are we going to be able to prioritize certain activities that we're faced with within the organization. Okay, so this is just an example of how Stephen Covey actually did it for an individual. You know, I'm not just talking about cybersecurity. You apply this one to in your own personal life. And when we apply basically the items that we have here, which is what we refer to as the Eisenhower type matrix, we have 4 different quadrants. Now, the 4 different quadrants, you have here on the side basically the level of urgency, which is not important and important, or sorry, the level of classification, and the level of urgency, which is at the very top, okay, which is time bound. So as you can see here, quadrant 1, we have the do. Okay, what do we mean specifically by do? Important deadlines, and that is basically on a level of crisis. So if you have a cyber breach, that goes into quadrant 1. Okay, quadrant 2 that we have here is basically planning. Okay, so when we talk about planning, this is basically urgent, or sorry, it's not urgent, but it is important. So as you can see here, it's not urgent, it's important. And we, on top of that one, have quadrant 3, okay, which is where we have the ability to be able to delegate, okay. This is, again, something that may be urgent, but it may not be important. And we can basically set that one through certain deadlines. It's not like with quadrant 1, where we have to act immediately, okay. Then we have, of course, quadrant 4, okay, which is not urgent and not important. So in a way, it's pretty much a distraction, okay? Now, moving forward on that particular score, we also have what we refer to as the think win-win, okay? Now, when we talk about thinking win-win, let's try to take the example here, specifically in threat intelligence, okay? When we try to offer certain products or services, okay, to either an organization as a vendor, or basically as an in-house consultant or in-house cybersecurity lead, you have to be able to identify what basically works, okay, for the department and what also works for the organization in general. Now, as one of these speakers were mentioning or talking about earlier today, it actually, clicked perfectly when we address, management, when we try to propose certain solutions within an organization. Let's say, for example, running a basic firewall that only does IP filtering to upgrading it to, let's say, an application level firewall. From, let's say, an EEP-based platform going to an EPR-based platform. Okay, so, but again, the importance here is how are you able to communicate so that they know that it is beneficial for you, that would help you facilitate, protecting their needs. Okay, it's not just to help you ease your job, it's also to be able to help you fix basically or ensure that level of security within the organization. And you have to have that level of, you have to have that skill, that ability that you're capable of communicating this information in very basic language, so that they see it from your own perspective, from your own paradigm of thinking, and that's a very important aspect. I did actually include that in the slide presentation when we talk about the way of how we deal with paradigm thinking. Because from a non-technical perspective, people think of cybersecurity as an expense because they don't know what it is. And sometimes because they don't know what it is, they're too scared. They don't even want to hear it, but from someone that is familiar, it gets really frightening. You're like having a multinational organization and you don't even have a proper layer 7 firewall. You don't even have, let's say, VPN communication. You're still using legacy-based technologies such as Telnet, FTP. So now that becomes an area of concern because you're aware of it, that this is something that's concerning. But from an executive position, they wouldn't even know what FTP is. They wouldn't even know what Telnet is. So it doesn't really make sense. So that's why it's important that you convey the message on a win-win basis. Okay, another thing that also we have to take into account, which is the fifth habit, is seek first to understand, then be understood. Now, this is again, I would say, in conjunction to the fourth habit, but with the fifth habit, we have to be able to understand the perspective of where the company is coming from. We may be saying that, hey, we want to be able to buy a multi-million-dollar platform. But what happens if the organization cannot sustain it, cannot afford it? So we have to basically first understand what is our state, where are we at, before we start basically saying that, hey, this is what I want you to understand. This is what I want you to basically accept. And it's like you're pushing that information down their throat. So you have to have that level of ability that you want to basically convey. Before you start conveying messages to people, you understand what are the issues. Again, it's a classic example here is you can't give a solution if you don't know what the problem is, to simplify it. All right, the sixth habit of cybersecurity defense professionals would be, of course, synergize. Now, it's very important that when you're working in a cybersecurity team, you work as a team member. I've always done that even with my own team members, and I always remind them and tell them that, hey, there's no I in team, Now, some of you may be philosophical and say that, hey, there's AM, M, that refers to you as a single individual. But no, there is no I in a team. That means to say there's no one person, in a team. If you're an individual, you're solo. But when you have two or more individuals, you have to learn how to be able to collaborate with each other. You have to be able to, to work in a environment where there is harmony. You don't want to make an enemy of the person that you're working with because they're not going to be able to help you. What happens if that individual is basically in charge of monitoring, okay, your CM environment? And you, on the other hand, are basically focused primarily as a red teamer, okay? Your primary objective is to do threat intelligence and to be able to do, how they say, a VAPT. But because you and the other person aren't in good terms, he doesn't communicate with you information that could be important to the organization in general. And that basically could affect the department of your Security Operations Center or your SNOC, okay, Security Network Operations Center, as a lot of organizations are now working on. And of course, look very negatively in the eyes of the stakeholders, which should be the executive board. Now, the seventh habit here is sharpen the saw. Now, I love the sharpen the saw because especially when you're in the cybersecurity realm, this is something that I'd like to quote here, okay, before I go into the cybersecurity realm. A quote from Abraham Lincoln. And it goes by saying that, give me 6 hours to chop down a tree, and I will spend the first 4 hours sharpening the axe. What do we mean by that? I'm going to make sure that I'm ready first. I'm going to make sure that I'm prepared first before I start performing certain action. It would be a classic example where I see a lot of people that do VAPT, or how do say cybersecurity in general. These, go to a lot of people. Sometimes we have, how do say, difference of opinions with, where they don't take, training, or they don't take the full context of how, let's say, cybersecurity actually works. I'll cite a classic example here where people want to dive straight into cybersecurity, but they don't have the prerequisites of networking. And when you start, because I've been in the trading field for so many years now, I've seen that kind of situation time and time again, where students start attending basically classes, and you start talking to them about ports. You start telling them, okay, this is how we're basically going to be reading packets from Wireshark and so on and so forth. You got a blank face. You're like, what are you talking about? I'm seeing all these numbers, hexadecimals and stuff like that, and it's making my stomach turn, and now I can't deal with that. It's because they don't understand it. And why is it they don't understand it? Because they didn't do the prerequisites. They didn't prepare for it. So now imagine if you're trying to run a security operations center and you don't have the necessary foundation to basically deal with a cybersecurity center. How will you operate it in the way it should be run? You have to be able to prepare. You have to be able to meet the prerequisites. If you don't have the prerequisites, you have to be able to put that additional effort in and understand how it works. Now, it's the same thing like, with a lot of people that want to go into cybersecurity hacking, which is more of the red team. Majority here, I'd say probably 90% of the Philippine landscape focuses primarily on red team, not necessarily blue team, which is one of the reasons why I chose the blue teaming topic. And if you're running in the red team, which some of you guys may be able to relate with, okay, there is so much information that you have to constantly keep up to pace with. And honestly speaking, I'm already giving up, okay, especially with my age and, how they say, the amount of hours that you have to sit down and study, and I'm getting too old for this. But from that perspective, imagine if you're away for a month, 2 months. That's almost like an eternity in terms of what additional vulnerabilities could have come up, what additional items that you need to learn in terms of the new tools, okay, that you could be using that may not be detectable when, let's say, you do a VAPT exercise. Okay, so there's so many things that you have to constantly keep up to breast, that you have to keep yourself up to breast, okay, up to pace with it. So in these kinds of circumstances, continuous learning is there, which is why sharpening the saw is a major importance as part of the habit of a cybersecurity professional. And I hope that basically gives you guys a major, how to say, understanding of what are the habits that you would typically need as a cybersecurity professional. Okay, maybe in the red team, maybe in the blue team. Now, the last item in dealing with sharpening the saw, okay, is ensuring that you also have the ability to be able to devote time to literally just freshen up, renew yourself. Okay, I remember back in the old Fox Pro days, okay, we had this term called disk form refresh, and we used to use that one for those Fox Pro programmers, that term constantly, where literally you just want to refresh the entire form. You just want to refresh the screen, okay? Because you're going to start from scratch. And if you constantly work on a basis where you're not giving yourself enough time to heal, okay, to renew, whatever goes in here, and this is what I always tell my team members, my staff members underneath me, that whatever goes in here, it's just going to go literally out the other year. Okay, I was going to say out this side, okay, but no, one here, all the way out there, okay? You're not going to be able to retain it because you're just exhausted. Now, I've actually experienced times where, I'd be just typing things there on, let's say, a Kali box or a Parrot box or any of these particular machines, and I just don't even know what I'm typing. I just thought my brain's just basically left me because I reached a point of exhaustion. And there are statistical reports here, okay, back in 2019, that many CISOs basically burned out, with 27% surveyed working up to 60 hours a week. 89%, okay, never even taking a 2-week break, okay, from their job. Dire-diretso sila magtrabaho. I remember when I was still working for an organization, for Accenture, actually. I remember, when you're an on-call individual, you'd literally have to work, okay, on that basis, okay, where Monday all the way up to Friday, you work your regular hours, then Saturday, Sunday, even if you're, let's say, a manager, okay, you'd still be on call. And if there would be a 781 issue, whether you like it or not, if it's 3 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, you are required to join the bridge call. It's part of your requirement. Okay, I see Sir Amart saying 5 minutes. Okay, so almost done. Well, actually, I'm not going to say I'm almost done. There are a lot of things here that I would like to actually discuss, but let me go over to the last part now. There are areas here, okay, in terms of, this one I'm just going to run through. There was a couple of items here about SOC, but I'm not going to go into that because I think based on the, how to say, the discussion flow, there will be discussions relating to SOC later on the day. In terms of the requirement for skills development, which is a very important aspect, you have to be able to take the flow as it is actually defined. Now, there are a number of different, how they say, certifying bodies out there. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen, from CompTIA, you have Easy Council, you have ISACA, IC Squared, SANS, okay, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to even mention all of them, but it's important to understand who is based in the market, okay, the most respected, okay, because that respect goes a long way because the standards are there, okay, and that's of course with I'd say the new Pentest Plus that basically came up with the CISO 002 of CompTIA. They've actually done themselves, a great deed. They have updated the curriculum, pretty much matching a lot. But again, I'm hoping, as this is what we have been constantly talking about, even with the regional directors and the heads of CompTIA, when they're going to be able to create the virtual lab environment for actual, okay, hands-on certifying or certification exams. Okay, because everything right now is all multiple choice and performance based. But I'm hoping the time will come that they will be able to actually create this virtual exam environment. So when you go through the CompTIA certification track, I highly suggest that you guys go through the either ITF or A+. If you have hardware knowledge, kudos. Then go over to Network Plus, Security Plus. And then you do have a number of different options, but for the cybersecurity track, you have Pentest for red teaming, you have CISO for the blue teaming, and of course you have the highest level of certification for CompTIA, which is the CASP certification. Now, I've taken the CASP 003, if I recall correctly. It wasn't an easy, way into it. Okay, it was actually, a pretty tough exam. But because it tests you on pretty much a number, although they say it's 5 domains, it tests you basically on the financial and the technical side. Okay, so the leadership aspect as well as the technical aspects are pretty much tested under the CASP certification, and that's what makes it very challenging. Now, there are a number of different roles that you have, okay, that you'll be able to achieve, as you can see. Now, as I mentioned to you guys earlier, or sorry, I don't think I did mention that one. There is a major difference between cyber security and IT security or information security. Information security basically covers everything in general. Cyber security, on the other hand, and this is a very important term for you guys to understand, is where you specifically have focus on. So you can be a cybersecurity professional dealing with web-based technologies. You can be a cybersecurity professional dealing with mobile technology, with secure coding, with networks, wireless, okay, IoT. There's so many things coming up right now. And literally it's impossible for you to be able to understand everything. Okay, I just wouldn't believe that. You know, as they say, there's no such thing as a jack of all trades, because at the end of the day, he's a master of none. And this is where you have to literally dive in, focus on where you want to specialize in the long term. And with that, basically, I'd like to thank you all. I see that my time has been up. If you do have any questions, my email address is as indicated here, mark@legeza@hknl.ph. Thank you very much, everyone. Fabian?
All right, thank you so much for that, Mr. Mark Legeza.
So we would like to ask you to stay for a bit for our question and answer portion. So for our participants, you may drop your questions on the comment section of our social media platform. So,
and while we are waiting for the questions from our audience, we will now choose our winners of HKNL2022 shirts and LPI shirts, Globe merchandise for the best write-ups for Mr. Mark's topic. Right, so we actually have here our first winner, Chester Carl
Baranda.
Baranda, I'm sorry.
Mark Hadrian Odasco, Matet Prenda, and Mr. Edsel Vertusio Manawag. So congratulations, guys. Kindly message us on our Facebook page to claim your prizes.
All right, and for the questions, do we have any questions for Mr. Mark?
So we have here one question, Mr. Mark. So it goes like this. What CompTIA course would you recommend for beginners to take if he wants to be a penetration tester?
Network Plus. I just went there really fast. You got to go Network Plus. If you don't know anything about networking, don't even think about taking cybersecurity. If you don't know how to deal with subnets, port addresses, any of that one, trust me, you'll have a bigger problem when you go into cybersecurity, because you're going to be dealing with that every day. You do, vulnerability scans using, let's say, Nmap. You're gonna be prompted with a port, and if, let's say, you don't even know what that port is, how would you then perform an exploitation? So, network is the numero uno.
All right, thank you so much for that, Mr. Mark Legeza.
Thank you very much.
We actually have another question from our participants.
Oh, of course. Go ahead.
So
Thank
it
you.
goes like this from Miss Matet Brenda. what fundamentals, for example, software or technical, would you recommend that students must be with equipped with to prepare them for an infosec or cybersecurity?
Sorry. So the question is, what particular tools should they have to prepare for InfoSec?
Right. What fundamentals
Would you recommend?
would you recommend? Would you recommend that students must be equipped? So it's for software and technical skills.
Okay. If we're talking about fundamentals, I'm not really sure what they mean by the fundamentals, but you have to know networking. If you're looking for the tools, you basically can, if you go through the CompTIA trainings with, of course, CompTIA's certified partners, they do have a special package there where they have what we call the CertMaster Learn. Okay, sorry, the CertMaster Labs. You actually have one entire year where you can basically deal with an entire virtual lab environment. So you don't have to spend money by upgrading your computer. But if you go where you have a good enough computer, let's say you have an i7 with 32 gigabytes of memory, or even 16, that should pretty much do. You could actually run your own virtual labs, run either VMware, if you have a license for that one. If you don't, run VirtualBox, download Kali, download basically the operating systems that you can get your hands on for 128-day evaluation from Microsoft's website, and basically create your own lab environment. Use GNS3, they are free tools. Use Packet Tracer, enhance your skills at least from that particular level. And that would basically tool you in for InfoSec-based, that is say, positions.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Mark Legeza, for that wonderful answer, and I hope that helps our participant to answer their questions.
So once again, we would like to thank you, Mr. Mark, for taking time to be part of our cybersecurity event, Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022. And as a way of honoring you for sharing your expertise, we would like to award this certificate.
Just a moment. All right. This certificate is awarded to Mr. Renyus Mark Laszlo Legeza II in recognition of your commitment of giving valuable contribution and insights to Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022 Cybersecurity Conference. Thank you so much, Mr. Mark.
Thank you very much, Bien, and for everyone else. Sir Benji, maraming salamat po. God bless you all. Thank you.
Continue to share our live to reach more people and take advantage of this free cybersecurity webinar.
Just a reminder for everyone, our CTF is ongoing, and we are going to announce the winner.
So
later.
I believe there is already a winner for our CTF
challenge.
challenge number 3. So that will be announced before our lunch break.
Right,
So
that will-
moving forward. So to introduce our next speaker, she has more than 30 years of experience in the U.S. military and private sector.
Right, and she has built cyber risk and information technology security programs,
With expertise in information security,
government liaison,
IT program management,
instructor and trainer,
telecommunication operations management,
strategic planning,
business continuity,
disaster recovery,
IT security,
risk and compliance,
IT governance,
and security operations and threat intelligence.
with the topic cybersecurity is a business issue. Let's give it up to Mr. Charmaine R.A. Valmonte.
Yeah, excuse me. Good morning. I'm your last briefing before lunch. I hope I can keep your attention. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so let me go ahead and share my screen.
All right. By the way, Ms. Valmonte, before we finally give you the floor, we would like to remind our audience to share a live stream using the official hashtag and then hashtag avoid this group. Just copy and paste those hashtags on the description. Right?
Now we will now officially give you the floor, Miss Charmaine. So whenever you're ready, Miss.
We can see your presentation now.
Perfect. All right. So yes, good morning, everybody. So I'm delighted to have in front of me in the briefers, Michelle, Mario, and our previous cyber defense or pen testing presenter. So I like to call most of my briefings, if you've seen me before, and I know our audience are all students, you're about to get into the workforce, or you're new in the workforce and want to see where you want to go in the field, right? And cybersecurity is quite huge, right? So I've learned a lot along the way, and I'll tell you about these stories over time, right? So I believe, or not I believe, but cybersecurity is not only a technical issue, although a lot of people may think that it is. It's actually a business issue. It's a life issue, actually, no? When you think about it. So we'll talk about why do we care. So why do we care? Ano ba tong cybersecurity, right? And I'll talk about that threat landscape, especially today and in the future. And we want to talk about why we keep it simple and how to secure that space, and understanding how to secure a connected environment. So on the right, you're seeing, cybersecurity jobs. You notice that, right? By Cybersecurity Magazine, and this is very recent, I pulled this out. 3.5 million openings in 2025 globally. So you are in the right industry, you are in the right profession. And it's grown so much that you can choose where you want to be in that industry, right? And I always call it this profession because it is a service and support not only to organizations, to business, but to society as a whole, right? So I will talk about the cyber landscape, but from a different perspective, right? Our landscape has evolved over time. So there's a lot of technological improvements, right? Industry 4.0, this is the best thing that we've seen so far, right? Breakthrough technologies, smart devices, products, AI, or artificial intelligence, the use of robotics process automation. You are in a profession that allows you to be able to secure this digitalized environment, right? So there's a lot of words that you're seeing here, but I wanted you to key in on something. It means that we are now faced with a larger and greater environment, not just a little computer that used to sit in the office that was not necessarily connected to the internet. So those things that we're seeing today, right? Everyone has a mobile device. Sometimes you have two phones, a tablet, a smartwatch, a digital scale, a Fitbit, right? One of these examples, and I'll put it to life, right? And why I call it a business issue. We talked about all these digital items, but all these things that I just talked about really focusing on a technology that allows us to, that enables our lifestyle, right? So there are things like in the US or in the health industry, they came up with what we call much like a Fitbit, right? But it allowed our lolos and lolas to be able, for us to be able to take care of them, right? What does that mean? They have these smart watches, or it looks like a smart watch, but really what happens if they fell, right? If they slip, they're alone at home and they slip, this automatically calls out to the health department or the hospital that's nearby. It alerts you as the family member, so you can immediately attend to and head home and assist your loved one, right? This is automatic. So this capability is what I call the expansion of the cyber threat landscape. We can talk about all those things, like all those attacks, all the technical jargon that Mario had talked about, that as a cybersecurity professional, when we approach the business, we have to explain it to them like an 8-year-old, like they were a child, right? Because that's what they understand. So it's a risk, right? We talk in reference to a risk. And through my presentation, I'll be talking about things that I've learned over time, right? As a CISO, I am learning not to speak in that technology language or using highfalutin words, thinking that I would impress my audience, but really to simplify what we do so that they can better understand and support the roadmap or where we want to go, right? So that's your threat landscape, really. I'll give you some statistics. And again, one of the key things to remember, cybercrime is going to continue to rise. It used to be that we'd talk about cybercrime or cyber threat landscape in terms of what's happening out there and everything, who's been hacked, what's going on. And I'll have an example, a few examples of those in my preceding slide. But as much as we're needing that many cybersecurity professionals, this is the reason, because cybercrime is global and it's expected to cost 10.5 trillion per year, not in an aggregate, but per year by 2025. And this is provided by Cyber Magazine or Cybercrime Magazine. It's so global that that example I just told you, there's actually a magazine that says Cybercrime Magazine, right? 10, 15 years ago, that there's no such magazine, right? That's how important that environment is. And we also talk about having old school solutions, your antivirus versus your endpoint security. It's almost like saying, I'm going to continue to use my Windows 98 laptop and connect it to the internet. We all know that is not advisable or recommended from a security perspective, right? Simply because we know that it's so old, you can't even update or secure it, right? So you have to get something that is updated. You're able to patch, right? You've got to spend a little bit of money to get that new device, right? That has the latest operating system, right? Along with the technologies that we're kind of used to and we enjoy, there's still that piece that talks about what your adversaries or what your cyber attackers doing. They're doing the most basic things, the spray and pray, right? The social engineering scams, the things that get people in trouble by clicking on their links, right? Clicking links on their phone. Today you have your mobile phone. It's unheard of to have a Nokia, 3210, right? As our previous speaker had talked about, right? So these social engineering scams is quite simple, right? They take advantage of this technology that we're so used to, right? I'll give you an example. When you are in an environment and you're going into a coffee shop and you said, hey, I want to go ahead and I want to buy something on Shopee, right? And you decide, well, I don't have any data. Wala akong data, so makiki-Wi-Fi ako sa coffee shop, right? See, when we do that, that's us saying that, hey, man, I'm going to go into this environment. It's so unsecure, pero bahala na because I really want to buy this thing on Shopee or Lazada or what have you. And we start doing our e-commerce, right? And I'll talk about what that looks like and why that's so important. So right then and there, it's easy, right? I could get social engineered by saying, hey, there's Lazada 33, click this link. I didn't pay attention because I was picking up on an opportunity to go ahead and do some shopping while I'm having my coffee at the shop, right? And lo and behold, I click on that link, right? And next thing you know, they're on my phone. They're on my environment. and they're basically picking up all the data sets, all the information that they need in order to use my access to an important system in my environment, let's say at work, my credentials. This is what we call an account takeover. Very technical speak, but really what it's saying is somebody stole my credentials and they're using it to get into the office environment. So what about that threat landscape? And we can talk about the different types, the man in the middle, the ransomware, ransom attack, malware, the different types of malware, all those things, but they're too technical from a business perspective. But you gotta know that you don't have to be a cyber geek or a pen tester today. You can actually shop for these services. It's called RAS, right? Ransomware as a service. So you go on the dark side, and this is an example on the left-hand side. There's quite a few in that site, right? So the democratization of cybercrime, it's easy, right? So I can actually hire, or I can get the services or even download the software to be able to do something to an environment. So I want to go ahead and hack an environment. It's quite easy because there's a shopping mall for it, right? Cyber criminals are all over the place. And today you're seeing that, right? And this ransomware as a service, these groups, an example is the dark side, right? So one of those things that why it matters, it's because we have this digital economy like I talked about, right? We don't have malls that we walk into and go shopping. We have now moved to the digital space where we're, sliding or what do you call this? Shift left, shift right? Swipe left, swipe right. And that's how we shop. So that's that computing technology. We can shop Amazon from where we're sitting at today, right? We utilize and enable technology. We buy things online, right? Most recently, there were some things that happened in the financial industry, right? A very big issue that really affected the organization's reputation, right? Because we do business online. So everything is an e-business and e-commerce, these things are all connected because we need to be able to buy that endpoint, buy that service, right? Or buy that merchandise that we want to do and get it delivered at home, right? Even the delivery is automated, right? You can flip and pretty much choose who's going to be doing your delivery service, right? But they all these data resides in somewhere. It's called the cloud, right? But the cloud is not cloud in the sky, right? The cloud is in some data center in provided by the cloud security or cloud providers, right? There are definitely different types of cloud providers out there. So what I'm saying is, as much as we have a digital economy in the world, what we're doing, likewise, the cyber criminals are doing the same thing. As I showed you in the previous slide, they have their own marketplace. And they can actually get together with other cyber criminals, these syndicates that allow you or that allow them. You don't have to code. You don't need to be a coder, right? Previously, I have to be able to code in order for me to be able to hack someone. Today, it's no longer that, right? I can go on a digital marketplace and say, I want to go ahead and do an account takeover, and here are the account takeover services, right? I want to steal all the data from this particular hospital or from, or if I were an attacker, that is, I want to take as much data as I can from an organization so I can do something. I can do a lot of things with data that's personal identifiable, with some credit card numbers, with where they are. I can do so much of those. And they even cost, and I'm sure in your next briefings and presentations will cover that, right? So that's your cyber threat landscape, the opportunity for the cyber criminal to really play and find their prey, right? It's not hard for a cyber criminal to do that, right? So what I mean by attackers do not care, they don't care if you're a big company, a small company, a mom and pops, right? But what happens to us when we get attacked? You know, you've seen on the news, Colonial Pipeline. That's one of the pipelines in the U.S., mid to East Coast. And really, when they got hacked, there's a lot of reputational damages they'd had to really contend with, right? And if you look online, and these are snippets that I've gathered, I don't take ownership of these. Look at this one on the lower left-hand side, right? This one really talks about how the biggest hack of 20 went down. And if you see that big sign right there, right? That big humongous sign, that's really telling the world, man, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do something. I don't want to do business with SolarWinds or so. Why? Because of that piece right there, right? That was 5 minutes, must have been a minute snippet on the news, but look at the extent of how much it was all over the internet in less than 5 minutes or so, right? So there's reputational damages that really, besides the fines and penalties that you're gonna get, right? For not having the proper hygiene, for not protecting environment, right? This is the things that really affect your business. And naturally, cyber attacks on the financial sector, because we are in that digital economy, really affects the business, no matter if you're a mom and pop shop, a small business, or a big business. In fact, in most cases, a bigger organization may ensue some reputational damages, but a smaller business who doesn't really have that big of a reach in terms of in the marketplace, if they get attacked, may naturally just take their whole business down because they don't have the insurance or enough of the funding or enough shareholders to keep and protect their organization. And unfortunately, these organizations will suffer and fold, right? So there's many things that we need to understand. Getting attacked, it's not something that you want to have happen, but you must be prepared as an organization. That's why we always say it's a business issue. It's not just a technological issue anymore, right? Because it affects your bottom line, your shareholders, your stock prices, right? These things affect the organization because these things are on the news. Imagine the JBS Foods industry or manufacturing, right? When they got hacked, imagine how much of a plummet in their stocks happened during their event, right? I used to present, and listening to Mario earlier, I used to present in this way. I used to talk about, remote data dumps, root access, cross-site scripting to the board. It's not going to help, right? I wanted to link this into that because board members, the board or the business doesn't understand all these magical words we're talking about, right? But it allows us to be able to talk about and remember key points, right? So those things that are important really to remember is to keep it really simple, right? So you need to think about your organization's cybersecurity or security operations or your technology. And I'm speaking if you were in a position that you were a CISO, which where I'm sitting at the moment, is understanding that you need to find the ability, ensure that you're really keyed in on the specifics of your profession, right? CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. I cannot stress this enough. And if you think these terms, this mindset, you'll be able to identify, right, that you need to make sure that everything has to be based on identity, and we need to protect the session, and we need to provide the least privilege to users and to endpoints or end devices. Because today, not only must we worry about the access of our users, but also the access of their end devices, right? The old way of doing things was such that we would provide identity and access to a user, and it was all day long, 24 hours, as long as I give you the access, because I already said it's you're allowed. You can do and access your system any time of the day, right? So it's a universal access for me to get into the system, right? Today, we need to remember that those things cannot happen, because that's like an open door that's kept wide open. And for me, so as long as I have an ID card, I can get into that door any time of the day, right? Whereas if we talk about you can get access to your system, but only from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. If you access your system outside of those hours, you can't, right? So it's a session based, right? Earlier, your first discussion was talking about being able to become, or if you want to get into application security testing, or being a quality assurance or quality engineer, right? Remember, she talked about looking at a user's access into the system, right? So we're tying these things together. It has to be identity based, it has to be session based, and there has to be some semblance of least privilege, right, in it. And that least privilege means that there is only certain things I can do on a system. Charmaine cannot do HR, payroll, or access to those things because she works in cyber. She has nothing to do with HR or employee files and 201 files, right? But she can definitely look at her 201 file. That's the principle of least privilege. And when you think about keeping it simple, you have all these things called point solutions. I have a firewall, I have an identity access management system, I have an Active Directory, I have multi-factor authentication, all these things, all these technologies we put, what we call the technology stack, right? When we have an on-premise solution, it's quite easy because we are managing that environment. We control that environment. We built the firewalls, we had layered security, we have access management, we put in 3 or 4 layers of defense, we have network security solutions. But those are point solutions we put together to make work, right? Meaning we developed that environment to make it sync with one another, integrate with one another. And it's not necessarily easy to do that. So to simplify that world, you need to look in at services that allow you to provide that ability to have those systems talk to one another, sync well with one another, and you don't have a problem with latency for the user. Because we are no longer the department of no, right? Traditionally, we used to say, I will say no, and then I will investigate. Then eventually I'll look and check, and then I will say yes, right? And from a business perspective, this creates some angst among your business partners and shareholders and even operations in the business, because they really do not want to go to security, because they'll say, well, if I go to security, she's going to say no, right? Before she even says yes. But there's also that mindset that you need to put into place, that you need to allow the organization to learn, right? And educating the organization is in that sense. So the mindset that I talked about earlier of CIA, you are going to get this ingrained to you. You have had this ingrained into you. These are still those concepts that will allow you to utilize these and apply them to your organization, to your operations, in whatever form of the ladder or in level of the organization you are in, right? And I added something to the identification, authorization, authentication, accountability. I added administration because that's really important that we know what's going on in that environment. We manage that environment. So one of the questions, and easily I was able to, this is basically how I transformed or learned over time, right? As a security professional, we had to speak to the board. And again, I'm caveating from Mario's presentation and understanding where the business wants to go. But really, as we get complicated, and we talked about how all this technology allows us to connect with one another, have the ability to check our vitals on our smartphones and all that. But really, the main thing that you have to remember is you have to keep it secure. Your identity, your access, how long you have access to it, and the data has to be secure from end to end, right? Think about it from a user's perspective. When they log into a system, whether they're logging in from a computer or they're logging into a mobile device, the identity has to be protected from beginning as it's transacted, communicating towards to the end, right? To the end application that they need to get into. And thinking about all the different levels, right? You have the front end, you have the middleware, and then you have the back end. So CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability across those three spectrums. So I didn't mention anything that was highfalutin, did I? I didn't talk about, oh, you got to use this type of technology for this. Those things we understand as technical people. The business understands simple terms. Like I said, like Mario was talking about, 8th grade levels or 8-year-old levels for that matter, right? But the organization will continue to go to cloud. And we can expect that they'll use different types of technologies. They'll consume a multi-cloud environment. We need to be able to understand how to support the user's movement to that environment. I want to consume something on AWS. I also want to consume something on Google Cloud. And I also want to use something on Azure. That's the organization. We can't stop that, right? But we can get ahead of it. But as we get ahead of it, we need to keep the simplest concepts of securing identity, your transmission, and securing data, right? On the move, being stored when it's imputed. When you think about it in that way, that convoluted connected environment is simplified, right? So one of the key things to remember is this is how in the previous slide, I talked about how I used to talk about cybersecurity, terms, magical words, and I've learned over time. And this is how I presented it to the board, to the senior management, and this is what the business understands. We need technology to allow us to be able to break up a system, because if we get attacked, if one system is attacked, if you notice, this doesn't show anything about the different technology pieces that allow us to secure the environment. So we share a common architecture, we're centrally managed, we share a network. So this is common across, right? So attack to one is likely to traverse to others because we are in the same environment. Therefore, if you attack one, there's a higher risk to the entire environment, right? But if you break down that and segment that network, or let's not talk about segmenting, let's talk about the village, as I had it earlier, we start to build subdivisions, right? And put guards in those subdivisions. So if we get attacked, one subdivision is attacked, the others are okay, right? Therefore, it's a lower risk to your organization, right? If you notice, cybersecurity is mainly a tool, an enabler, so that we can secure and lower the risk to the organization. Therefore, at the end of it, the bottom line is we are saving or enabling the business to move in the direction they need to go in a secure way. One of the key things that you've seen so far, and I talked about, is that we have all this technology that we've enabled, right? But those that were attacked were all supply or vendors, right? SolarWinds is a vendor, right? Just like JBS Foods is a vendor, it's a manufacturing firm. Those are my examples there. But in essence, we connect to these services, don't we? Right? At some point in an organization, they kind of use SolarWinds, right? So we need to do what we call due diligence. And you've heard this while you were in school, in college, right? Due diligence and due care. So let's break that down. We are connected to that third party. We're connected to that service partner, right? And we need to also know that they're doing things correctly, or we can have a SolarWinds issue happen to us, right? Or we connect to a service provider that's not really doing things in a secure way. So thereby, you've extended your network because of the connection, whether it's physical connection or you've allowed them access to your environment, and they really utilize, an example is your service provider uses VNC or any of those free VPN capabilities, right? Because they want to, they don't want to spend that much because there are only 2 or 3 that kind of use it in their environment. And you can suddenly connect to them. And let's say they connect to your network and they have that 24/7 connection because they're maintaining your network. Guess what? You just put your environment, your secure environment, at risk, right? So what's really important is you need to be able to check who we are connected to. That's the business value. That is not a technology piece, right? It's almost saying that I don't want to do business with, or I don't want to have a neighbor who happens to be a criminal, because at some point that criminal may come up to my house and take things from my space, right? From my home, right? And the due diligence is understanding, going to and checking to see, doing the background checks on those people that live in that subdivision or that environment. And that simply is vendor risk management, because we rely on a supply chain. Our phones is a supply chain, right? You use an iPhone or an Android that is provided by a specific company, right? That's a service that's provided to you, right? So you gotta make sure that when you start computing on that end device, that you know that that's a safe piece of technology, right? Being able to identify, to protect what you have in terms of your end device or your systems and your organizations, and being able to see, right? You cannot secure something or an environment that you cannot see, right? It's like a village that cannot really be sure that they have all the gates, covered, right? So visibility is key, and your security services have to be part of the whole process. But the main thing really is education, right? Education and hygiene. So you have to be vigilant. You have to be prepared. You have to think that you're going to be attacked or you've been attacked, because you're going to think this way in order to become an organization who's resilient. Today, it's no longer about organizations putting in all the systems to protect them, but organizational resilience is such that you think as if you've been attacked. But understand that 95% of attacks are caused by humans, and came from an IBM research, right? Because again, like we said, it's easy money. You can go and get ransom as a service. We know that the criminal will do something somewhere in some fashion, because either they went, in most cases, they want what we all want. We all want money, right? So the best way to get that, if you're going in the wrong direction, on the black side or the dark side, I want to get as much money as I can. So it doesn't matter who I attack. I'll attack everybody if I can get a lot of money, right? But it's important that we educate ourselves, right? We educate our team. We understand criminals will target anything, small or large businesses, because there is definitely a marketplace to do that, right? But the most important tool is education. You yourself and your team. And always have a game plan. Think as if you have been attacked. So one of the key things in the future is, fact is, we are working everywhere by virtue of what we do today, right? Today we're doing this. We're working from home. We're working from cafes. The data center is no longer, right? The cloud is the data center. The network is the internet, right? But understand what we have today. Know what you have to secure. That means you got to see an inventory. One of the primary things that we learn as a cybersecurity professional is asset inventory. Know what you have so you know what to secure. But the next thing is, data is also an asset. So knowing your data, what you do with it, how you consume it, so you can definitely understand how you're going to control access and what type of automation you're going to utilize for access management, right? And based on the data that you're going to secure, because you can't secure everything or your network or the systems will all halt to a stop, right? So you got to classify and contextualize the data. So understanding, just like asset management, I know where all computers are at. You're saying, I know where all data is at, and I know how to protect it. And I'm protecting the crown jewels, so what we say, the important data, the data that won't allow us to get pawned or owned by the red team, right? Or the cyber criminal. So that's how we develop eventually that cyber strategy. The cyber strategy is allowing us to be able to support where the business wants to go, right? A lot of organizations are transforming, digitizing, moving to the cloud. Everybody talks about cloud first. A lot of organizations are born and raised in the cloud, right? So that mindset, we secure differently on cloud than we do on premise because it's a different type of technology. But one thing is the same. It's the same concept: identity, access management, data security, right? Understanding who we're connected to, making sure that we do the due diligence for those service partners, business partners, and the like. And I need to train and keep training on those response procedures, right? The response procedures is saying, if we get ransom attacked, what do we do? If we get a denial of service attack, somebody hacks our website, it goes down, what do we do? Just like a basketball team who has to practice before they play the game on the weekend, or whom they are going to play up against, they practice. And they say, okay, these are the things we're going to do. Somebody's on point, somebody's on guard, and somebody's on forward. It's the same thing that we do with security. You train, right? Again, I used to be in the military, so we trained every single time on those specific, basic things all day long, all month long, all year long. Why? Because when we get to a drop zone, an enemy territory, and I have been, from my experience, it was like second nature to move about, to know what to do when you're in enemy territory, right? It's the same concept with the cyber threat landscape or internet. It's like dropping in on an environment in a coffee shop. You don't want to get into their connection because you know there's a lot of those people that are gonna jump and do a man in the middle or an account takeover because they're watching you. They're watching your connection and seeing if you're going to fall for it, right? Train and keep training, and in this time use security not as a blocker to how the business has to go and move about their strategy, but enable, be the support system that allows them to adjust and pivot based on their requirements in a secure way. So I want to change it by saying we want to work from everywhere, but we will work from everywhere securely. So with that, I will conclude my presentation and I'll take your questions.
All right, thank you so much for that, Ms. Charmaine.
We would like to ask you to stay for a bit for our question and answer portion. So for our participants, again, you may drop your questions in the comment section of our social media platform.
And while we are waiting for the questions from our audience, we will now choose our winners of our HKNL 2022 shirts and LPI shirts for the best write-ups for Ms. Charmaine's topic. Okay, just a moment, Ms. Charmaine. So let's proceed with the questions first, Ms. Charmaine.
So we have here question addressed to you, Ms. Charmaine. So in the cybersecurity world, what is your insight about ransomware victims paying the ransom? Are you in favor of that?
All right. One of the key things, that's a loaded question, but I will answer it. As a standard, we don't want to pay ransom. That's my take. The reason for that is it goes back to what I was saying earlier. When you practice and train, you know what you're going to do. And if you're confident, and the reason why people pay is because they didn't know how they got attacked, how their data got taken. And unfortunately, they didn't have the backup, right? But if you have trained and you've trained this and you say, this is the mindset. If I get attacked, this is what I'm going to do, A, B, C, D, and E. I also know that I have an incident response provider who's going to help me, right? Forensics that are allowed to do that. I guess that's the good thing about seeing it as an example from other companies, right? But don't pay the ransom. This is just a recommendation. Other business, now the business will think from a different perspective, right? And at the end of the day, it's the business decision. You know, the CEO, the board of directors will say, okay, we'll pay the ransom. In some cases, there's a cost to it. From cyber ed, the cyber ed boards learned with Mario, experiences like SolarWinds talked to us about ransomware and the like. So there are things that you can do. But at the end of the day, my recommendation is such that don't pay the ransom, because even if you get the data, it's going to be broke. Or the data that they give back to you, it's everybody else has that data, right?
All right, so thank you so much for that wonderful answer, Ms. Charmaine. And for our participant, Mr. Jan Lichtau, we'll be giving you 30% LPI voucher discounts as well as Globe merchandise.
Once again, we would like to thank you, Ms. Charmaine, for taking time to be part of this cybersecurity event, Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022. So partner, back up, back up, back up.
Right.
Yun dapat para hindi na tayo mabiktima ng ransomware na to. So as a way of honoring you for sharing your expertise, ma'am, we would like to award you this certificate.
And once again, certificate of appreciation. And the certificate is awarded to Ms. Charmaine R. Valmonte in recognition of your commitment of giving valuable contribution and insight to Hackin Ka Na Lang 2022 Cybersecurity Conference, given this 19th of February, 2022. Thank you so much, Ms.
Thank you
Charmaine.
so much.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
Okay. right, so we hope you guys have learned a lot from our guest speakers, and we will give you time to digest all the information during our lunch break.
So continue to share our live and reach more people and take advantage of this free cybersecurity webinar. And also, reminder to everyone.
All right, so just a reminder for everyone, our CTF is ongoing. So once again, pay attention and stay focused on our presenters as we may flash the flag at any time. And don't worry guys, during our lunch break, we won't be flashing any flags. And we encourage everyone, once again, to participate in this activity.
So aside from the experience itself, winners may win up to 250,000 pesos worth of vouchers, including LPI 30% voucher discount,
CompTIA Data Plus Exam Voucher,
2 CompTIA Security Plus Exam Voucher,
and 3 Mile 2 Self-Study Combo worth 153,000 pesos. And once you see a flag flash on the screen, it's the indicator that we have provided in the comment section our CTF challenge.
Okay, so team, I think we are ready to announce the winners for our hashtag contest and our CTF challenge.
All right then.
So can we flash it on the screen?
All right, and while waiting, partner, we would like to thank our sponsors, starting with Mile 2,
Linux Professional Institute,
Isaka Manila Chapter,
Globe My Business,
and CompTIA. Just give us a moment. All right, so once again, congratulations to our winner who shared this video and used our official hashtags. All right, so we'll be taking our lunch break.
So again, for the winners, kindly message us on our Facebook page to claim your prizes.
All right, and that's it for our morning session of this program. We'll be taking our lunch break and we'll be back 1 p.m. Thank you.
Now that more businesses are exploring new ways to operate, information security threats have become a concern. Good thing Globe Business is here to help you secure your devices, data, and private network from cyber threats with cybersecurity solutions. Meet Chris. Chris has no control how data is being shared or downloaded on their devices, making them vulnerable to external threats. Harmony Endpoint and Harmony Mobile let Chris have a dedicated team of IT experts who will centrally manage and protect their devices remotely from cyber attacks. for phishing and malicious attacks that want to steal confidential company and client data and disturb website traffic, Chris can use Harmony Email and Office and DDoS Protect. Here we have Joey. Joey is on a mission to secure the school network and protect it from online threats. With a managed firewall solution subscription, Joey can be rest assured that the school network stays secured from hackers with help from a dedicated team of on-call IT experts who will centrally manage and maintain their network firewall. Last but not least, we have Jen. Jen's cooperative handles a lot of personal data from members and customers. With Primus, Jen can identify her staff's level of knowledge and compliance with data privacy best practices to determine who can safely collect and process data to help avoid breaches caused by human errors. Who knew there were so many ways to protect your business from cyber threats? With Globe Business Cybersecurity Solutions, keeping your business operations secured is that easy. What a great way to own your success and operate your business remotely while staying secured 24/7. Ready to level up your cybersecurity and get 360 protection from online attacks? Learn more about our suite of cybersecurity solutions. Visit the Globe Business website today. Stay tuned for more Globe Business ICT solutions. I'm Sean, and this is Solutions from Sean.
My name is Jonathan De Luzuriaga, and this is my business diary. Let me tell you about Spring Valley. Spring Valley is Asia's version of Silicon Valley. The Philippines is going to play a vital role in the digital transformation of the entire world. And Spring Valley is going to be a venue where innovators and technologists could congregate in order to create technology for good. We found our partner with Globe Business. And a vision as big as Spring Valley would need to have partners that are both reliable and compatible. Reliable in terms of providing the connections that would enable our business to succeed, and compatibility with our core value, which is one, love for this country, and second, a deep appreciation of technology and innovation. These are very exciting times for Spring Valley and for the Republic of the Philippines. We are now at the precipice of realizing the first Filipino-owned technology company that will have its own township. And we intend to help all the founders in the Philippines by empowering them and by providing them a venue where they could be the best version of themselves. And I intend to continue this journey together with Globe Business. Philippines, it's time for us to lead.
Now that more businesses are exploring new ways to operate, information security threats have become a concern. Good thing Globe Business is here to help you secure your devices, data, and private network from cyber threats with cybersecurity solutions. Meet Chris. Chris has no control how data is being shared or downloaded on their devices, making them vulnerable to external threats. Harmony Endpoint and Harmony Mobile let Chris have a dedicated team of IT experts who will centrally manage and protect their devices remotely from cyber attacks. For phishing and malicious attacks that want to steal confidential company and client data and disturb website traffic, Chris can use Harmony Email and Office and DDoS Protect. Here we have Joey. Joey is on a mission to secure the school network and protect it from online threats. With a managed firewall solution subscription, Joey can be rest assured that the school network stays secured from hackers with help from a dedicated team of on-call IT experts who will centrally manage and maintain their network firewall. Last but not least, we have Jen. Jen's cooperative handles a lot of personal data from members and customers. With AdPrimus, Jen can identify her staff's level of knowledge and compliance with data privacy best practices to determine who can safely collect and process data to help avoid breaches. I'm Sean, and this is Solutions from Sean.